Well, ladies and gentlemen, usually I roll out of bed, I drag myself to the Sunday morning live stream, and I am almost dead asleep for the first hour or two in it. I woke up this morning, I was like, oh my God, I got 30 minutes to the live stream. I can go through, I can walk the dog, I can hop in the shower. And then I was wondering, I was walking the dog and I was going like, why is it so bright outside? Oh my gosh, is it always this bright this early? And then I walk into the kitchen, I fill up my waters, look at the oven. It's like a 7:30 there. And then I put two and two together. Y'all let me know that we had the time change last night. Your boy ain't complaining. All right, now it's going to suck the fact that it is now going to get light extremely early, but it is what it is. Dark extremely early, but it is what it is. And let's go ahead. Let's dive into some of these news that we have, or news pieces. I apologize. First thing is Shefty coming out saying Justin Jefferson uncertain to return from the IR in week 10. So what we were talking about as soon as he had the Cousins injury, right? It's like, what's the incentive for this guy to rush himself back? If I'm Justin Jefferson, I'm going to be sitting there going, this hamstring is so a little tight. I think I actually probably should sit out another month just to make sure that I am good to go. And yeah, let's make sure I get that new contract, and I don't want to risk having anything serious happen to me that jeopardizes my long-term deal. Now, Puka expected to play week 9, but keep in mind, you have no Matthew Stafford. So with no Matthew Stafford, I think that you're probably going to have to be pretty hesitant. I would probably still play Puka, but I just think dramatically lower expectations. He's most likely still someone that you're going to have to get in your starting lineup. Now, DJ Chark expected to play. I have a lot of DJ Chark in Underdog basketball drafts, but in your regular redraft league, does that have any impact? No, it does not. Then we have Josh Downs tracking to play, my second most drafted wide receiver. It's funny, is Chark my first. I don't want to admit it, but Josh Downs, our second most drafted wide receiver in Underdog basketball drafts. Tracking to play, like to see it. Probably want to be a little bit hesitant to play him in your casual redraft leagues just because obviously deal with the knee injury. In a shallow format, you should be able to find someone a little bit better potentially. Now, Michael Wilson, not expected to play. Who cares? And then, yeah, I think that's it. The primary thing is you have Puka. You don't have Stafford. So it's like, okay, well, do we want to play Puka? Probably not. But I think that should be it, ladies and gentlemen, for the updates that we have. Of course, if you all have any questions about them, I'd be happy to answer right now. But let's go ahead. Let's start diving into some of these general questions that we have. James says, PBR, Taysom or McBride, Lockett or Downs? I'm going to go Lockett over Downs, with Downs dealing with the knee injury. If you would have asked me at the beginning of the week, I think I would have said Lockett, but now it's much more difficult for me. I'm sorry, I would have said Downs, but now it's much more difficult for me to do so. I think we're just going to go Lockett. And then between Taysom and McBride, I'm going to go McBride in a full PPR league where the target volume is going to matter. Obviously, Taysom has higher touchdown upside, which is why I think in a non-PPR format, you go Taysom. I don't know. I'm just not excited to tell someone to play Taysom Hill. And then Taysom Hill has 0 targets, 1 rush for 4 rushing yards, right? Now, Aramis says, start 1. Dobbs, Osborne, Elijah Moore, or Quentin Johnston. Definitely not Osborne, even if he had a great week last week. Can't do it with no Cousins. You have Deshaun Watson playing, which does make Romeo Dobbs a little bit more appealing here. I'm sorry, Elijah Moore a little bit more appealing. It's either going to be Dobbs or Elijah Moore. I think it's going to be up to you and your expectations for the Cleveland Browns offense now that you are getting a fully healthy Deshaun Watson, or hopefully. The Two Gender says, start 1, have PPR. We have Henderson, Ingram, Charbonnet. I'm going to go Darrell Henderson, even with no Stafford. Less excited without Stafford, given the fact that it's going to be a worse offense. Another league start, Kupp or Aaron Jones. I'm leaning Jones, but I'm a biased Packers fan. So we did get the report, obviously, coming out saying, oh, yeah, Jones going to be good to go. We're taking the training wheels off. We're going to fully let him run, right? So I understand why you'd be excited about going through and playing Aaron Jones over Kupp plus the Stafford injury. And maybe I'm just an idiot, but I think that I'm going to have to go ahead and I'm going to have to take Cooper Kupp still. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen? Who would y'all start this week? Spam the chat. Are you going to start Aaron Jones or Cooper Kupp? Aaron Jones or Cooper Kupp? And as we wait for responses in the chat, let's find our next question here. Coming out from, I believe, Jergsy, who says, flex Amari, Jacobs, Addison, or Kirk. There's going to be Jacobs, not close. 416 Hendricks says, full BBR, should we start Gus or Chuba as my RB2? Full BBR, I'm going to go Chuba. I know 99% of people will go Gus because Gus has been great. But I'm a little bit hesitant in it because he just has no target competition. I'm sorry, no target volume. He's averaging fewer than a target a game. Kupp, Jones, Kupp, Kupp, Jones, Kupp, Jones. Kupp, 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 Jones, Kupp, 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 Kupp. Yeah, so it looks like most people agree with us to go ahead and just play Cooper Kupp, my friend. Now, Zach says, is it worth starting Keontae Ingram over Chuba at running back with the different... No, my thing with Keontae Ingram is, well, yeah, I'll probably be seeing the majority of the work. One, it's not guaranteed. This could be turned into like a gross running back by committee. And two, at the same time, they're going up against the Browns and it's the Arizona Cardinals, you know? So it's like they're going to be the worst offense in the NFL this week. They have the lowest implied team total. So, I mean, your best case scenario is he's still not in a good situation. Now, Dragon says, have BBR start Jeb Wilson or Zach Charbonnet. All my running backs are hurt. We'll go Zach Charbonnet. I mean, they've had Pete Carroll coming out saying that Charbonnet is such a key piece of this offense. Yada, yada, yada. Hype it up, Zach Charbonnet, all week. Hopefully they decide to use him a little bit more. Ethan says, Sub Mason, 12-team double flex PPR. Traded Pollard, Lockett, Brown, Dowdle. Okay, so Dowdle, like literally, don't even include him in the deal. We traded Pollard, Brown, and Lockett for Aaron Jones, Nico, Godwin, Chuba, Kyron. What do you think? I think going from Pollard to Aaron Jones is a significant downgrade. If this is A.J. Brown, going from A.J. Brown to, say, the next best player, Kyron Williams, significant downgrade. And I don't care that we got Nico, Godwin, Chuba on top of it. We lost the deal dramatically. If it is Hollywood Brown, on the other hand, then maybe we can make an argument for it. A.J. Brown, horrible trade. Hollywood Brown, I think it's okay. Thomas says, start Kincaid or Rice, 3 flex spots. I want to be on record. I am very much excited about Dalton Kincaid. I think Kincaid's going to absolutely crush tonight. However, I'm not going to be starting him in the flex over someone like Rashee Rice. I will just play Rice. I don't know. I just hate flexing tight ends. I would love to take our starting tight ends and go send him for a great wide receiver, right? Because the value you're getting with Dalton Kincaid is not his raw points per game. It's the value over replacement at the tight end position. Michael says the Chargers or Packers defense, and then Baker or Danny Dimes in Superflex. I'm going to go Baker over Danny Dimes. And then between the Chargers and Packers, very close. It would be the Chargers easily if Stafford played. But now that you have no Stafford, honestly, I think you can go with the Packers if you want. Jonathan says PBR pick 2, Godwin, Nico, and Gabe Davis. I'm going to go Godwin and Nico. Obviously, you have a higher ceiling with Gabe Davis, though. Jay says full BBR start 3, Higgins, Nico, or Madre, James Cook. I'm going to go Ramondre, Nico, and Higgins, with James Cook having no touchdown upside and potentially Fournette turning into a 3-man running back by committee, which will eventually happen. The question is, of course, like how long do we have to wait for that to happen? Now, Anthony says, play Deontay on Thursday. We have Brown number 1, Zay, DJ Moore, or Devonta Smith as wide receiver 3. Need a good floor with the best upside. I would say oh my gosh, brutal spot. If you're looking at the highest ceiling, I think you're going to be looking at the player in the best offense in Devonta Smith. If you're looking at the highest floor, I think you're going to go with the player with the largest role in DJ Moore. I think that they're in the same tier regardless. Yeah, and just don't play Zay Flowers here. I think it's your call between Moore and Smith. Ryan says, Metcalf, Addison, Mixon, DJ Moore, Flowers. We need one flex and one receiver. Our flex for sure will be Joe Mixon, and then our wide receiver for sure will be DK Metcalf. Very tough matchup for DK Metcalf, but he did have 14 targets last week. Now, Carlos says, PBR start 2, Ford, Singletary, Rice, Addison, and Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. Full PBR, where you're going to go Addison and Ford. If you wanted to go Singletary, I'd be fine with it. I just think that Singletary is probably going to be in a running back by committee with Mike Boone. Singletary will be the lead guy, but I don't necessarily know if he's going to be like the 3-down running back here. I think Mike Boone will have a role, and I don't think he's a super exciting running back either. Now, Louis says, Zay, T, Rice. We got to pick 2. I'm going to go Zay Flowers and T Higgins over Rashee Rice. And then pick 2 between, or you're saying can start all 3 running backs and leave those receivers benched. But we're going to go Pollard, Breece at running back. And then between Darrell Henderson, T Higgins at at the flex. If it was a non-PBR format, I'd probably go Darrell Henderson. And if it was a full PBR league, probably go Higgins. Now, Benner says Tua or Burrow. Cup over Collins or McLaurin. I'm going to go Burrow over Tua. And then, yes, I will play Cooper Kupp over either Nico Collins or Terry McLaurin. I'd play him over both, to be honest with you. Yeah, like you still probably have to start Kupp, even if we are lowering expectations. Now, Zombie says full BBR for the flex. Douglas, Watson, Henderson, and Lockett. We will go Christian Watson. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, possibly would have gone Darrell Henderson, but now with no Stafford, I think we want to be a little bit lower on this offense. Now, Fragger Andrew says start to flex full BBR, Ramondre, Hunt, or Christian Watson. Full BBR, we're going to go with Ramondre. I will go Ramondre and Kareem Hunt regardless. Like Hunt, I have him in a lot of leagues. Full transparency, I am pretty nervous with Kareem Hunt that the touchdown volume is just going to fall off a cliff here. I think that more than likely will happen, and we should be a little bit concerned, but you can still play him if you wanted to. Now, Combat Cash Club says, 12 team, start 1, Charbonnet or Ezekiel Elliott. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We will go Zeke. I think that you have a higher ceiling rest of season with Charbonnet, though. Now, Mike says, full BBR, Burrow, James Cook, White, Lamb, Deontay, Goddard, Rice, Hopkins, and then on the bench, Hubbard, Roshan, Myers, Hollywood, Ferguson. Lineup good or any changes? If I were to get someone out of this lineup, I'd say the worst guy is probably going to be Rashee Rice. There are a couple different changes you could make. You could play Jacoby Myers over Rashee Rice if you really wanted to. The other thing that you could look to do is you could play Chuba Hubbard over James Cook. The only instance in which I would do so is if we are going to have Leonard Fournette good to go tonight and it will be a 3-man running back by committee in Buffalo, then at that point, you're possibly making the swap. But Edmund says, hey, Mason, so reliable with these pregame streams. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Need a flex, Cooks, Lockett, or DeMario. We're going to go Lockett here. The team is Burrow, Chuba, Henderson, Chase, and Smith. Yeah, keep that starting lineup as is. We will go Lockett, not on the injury report anymore. I will say it is a little scary with Lockett. However, that on the other end of the spectrum, this is someone that obviously does have a very tough matchup. Now, Logan says 12 team, have BBR 3 and 5. Trade Swift McBride for Mixon, Connor, Sutton. I lose Swift, Puka, and Kupp on bye next week, but I feel like we need wins. Thank you so much. So thank you. Swift to Mixon, slight downgrade. McBride to Connor, upgrade. Sutton doesn't make a difference. I don't love the deal. I understand the thought process. However, if we are sitting in this situation and you're saying, well, you know what? Ultimately, the main thing for me is I just need some points in this starting lineup. I need some points in this starting lineup, and obviously we don't have to deal with any more buys when we're 3-5. Alex says, how are we feeling about Pollard today? I have forward Pollard's averaging about 15 carries per game and 5 receptions per game. And a good offense, you have to start Alvin Kamara. Austin says, Sup Mason, down bad with injuries and buys. Need to start 3 out of Hollywood, Downs, Watson, Douglas, JSN. Hesitant with Downs being questionable. I think you go Hollywood, Downs, Watson regardless. Downs should play. No, I'm not really interested in Douglas. I think it's a super low floor, low ceiling play. And then I'd say the same thing with Jackson Smith and Jigba. JSN, really tough matchup, and you have Lockett and Metcalf both good to go. James says 12-team full BBR 5-3 going against the number 1 team. We have Dell Downs for wide receiver 2. If you'd have asked me at the beginning of the week, I would have told you to go Downs. But now that you have no Robert Woods and Downs a little bit banged up, if you wanted to go Dell, I'd be fine with it. But Logan Thomas and McBride for tight end, I'm probably going to go McBride. And what are some running backs I could look to trade for in a combo for Justin Herbert? So if you're going to be selling Justin Herbert, I can go ahead and I can pull up what we have in terms of the community rankings on flogfantasy.com, my friend. So in the community rankings on flogfantasy.com, Justin Herbert's at 35. The running backs directly ahead of him are Raheem Mostert, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker, Devon Achane, Breece Hall. So I think that would be a Derrick Henry. That would be about the range that you'd be looking to sell Justin Herbert with. Okay. Now moving this over, Jacob says, full BBR triple flex league. I'm 4-4. Lineup starters are Dak, Montgomery, Javonte, Ferguson, Lamb, Hill, Thielen, DJ Moore, Higgins. And then on the bench, we have Goff, Najee, Warren, Jameson, Christian Watson, Singletary. Any trades to make? Not necessarily in a 3-flex league where wide receiver depth is going to matter a lot more. I mean, obviously we have the wide receiver depth as is, but to be honest with you, in this range, I'm probably just going to be looking to hold on to said depth. I'm trying to think if there is anything realistic that we could be looking to do here. I don't necessarily think so. I do think that at this point, Jameson Williams may be on the chopping block if you find someone else that you're excited about. Edmund says also trade Michael Thomas, Rice, and Myers for Olave. Is this a win? If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'm 100% good with us going and getting Olave. Pop Swiss says Henderson or Amari. Thank you. Thank you. Full BBR, we will go Amari with Watson being good to go. But let me go ahead and refresh this so we can keep bringing these questions up, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button for us, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have live streamed every single day at this point for, I have no idea, 191 days in a row. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important day for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, if you're ever going to subscribe, please make sure you do it this morning. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems for the games today, if you wanted to go through and say Tank Dell would have more than 44.5 receiving yards, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yards. So make sure you take advantage. Now, our next question coming out from Michael says, start 2, DK, Lockett, Flowers, or JSN. Full PPR, thanks. We're going to go with the DK Flowers combo, my friend. And Matt says, Fournette pickup versus Roshan Keontae Ingram. We need some hope here. If you're looking at someone for this week, you're going to go ahead. You are going to take Keontae Ingram. If you're looking for long-term upside, you are going to go Leonard Fournette. Now, Judy 2-Tap says, full PPR, start Nico Collins or Chris Godwin. This is a tougher call. I mean, I just get Nico Collins wrong every single week. Every single week he has his pop-off. I was too low on him. Every single week he has his dud. I was too high on him. So I feel like I'm always chasing Nico Collins. You do have the consistent target volume, however, on the other end of Chris Godwin. So I would actually be a little bit more inclined to go Godwin, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's something that I just feel safer about. Okay. Now, Rob says, super thin this week with Palmer Gibbs being hurt and on bye. We're starting Singletary at RB2 for the moment. We need a flex between Ferguson, JSN, Gallup, and Deonta. Brutal spot to be in. I mean, I'd probably go Jackson Smith and Jigba. Ferguson is a fine play at tight end. Just going back to what we're always saying, I'm always looking to avoid the tight end in our flex. JSN does have a very tough matchup, but it's a full PPR format. So we are going to get the target volume. And the thing with Deonta Foreman is exactly what we said last week. He's at a running back by committee and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So I don't know. I'm not too excited about him, even though Hook Lawrence love the dude. Now, Mark says Sam Howell or Tua. We're going to go Tua, and it's not going to be close, my friend. Now, Superfish says start Bijan or Pacheco today. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson, but I'm incredibly biased. I am an idiot as well. Hook Lawrence. But yeah, if you wanted to go Pacheco, I mean, I understand when he's going to be in a much, much better offense with a lot more points. I mean, a lot more volume to go around, right? Charlie says, no question. Just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate the time you take, Mason. Good luck on the pick 'em, Sokomorts. Good luck this week, my friend. Really appreciate you. And yes, Hogamorts, good day yesterday to be a Texas Longhorn with the OU loss and the Texas win. Now, Joshua coming out saying, full BBR, we're going to go Rice or Dotson. We have Hill as well. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go Rice over Dotson. I mean, I understand why people would want to go Dotson here. Obviously, you have no Curtis Samuel. No Curtis Samuel. I mean, maybe you're just a little bit more excited overall about Jahan Dotson. But still, ultimately, at the end of the day, Rashee Rice is in a much better offense. And Dotson really hasn't had any consistent target volume. Now, Scented Army says 12-team full BBR. We need to make a decision between Puka and Amari in the flex. Deontay started me off good, and we have Chase to play as well. So I think if you were to have Stafford good to go, we would say Puka over Amari. But now that we have no Stafford, and on top of this, Puka himself is a little bit banged up, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to play Amari Cooper. I mean, obviously, Amari is in a fine spot whenever you are looking at Deshaun Watson coming back and this being a really good matchup against the Cardinals. Now, Mark says Amari or Mixon in the flex. I like Amari for the reasons we just said, but we will go with the 3-down bell cow in what should be a very high-scoring game in offense. We'll go with Joe Mixon. Young Lock says flex 1, Devonta or Chris Godwin. I think Godwin gives you a higher floor. I think Smith gives you a higher ceiling based off the offenses that they are in. They are very much in the same tier, so I do think it's up to you. If you need the ceiling play, I'd probably go Smith. If you need the floor, I'd probably go Godwin. It is very difficult to know straight up, though. Now, Jesse Knight says, hey, Mason, thanks for everything you do. No, thank you. Need to for the full PBR format. Mixon, Puka, Godwin, leaning on sitting Puka. I think you have to at this point. It's going to be a very nasty offense. And let me go ahead and actually pull up the updated implied team totals that Vegas sportsbooks are giving us and seeing how bad they're telling us that this game's going to be. Let's go. Implied team totals week 9. Okay, the Rams down there at 17.25 points. The only offenses that are supposed to be worse than the Rams this week are the Vikings, the Bears, and the Cardinals. Obviously, we have Kupp good to go, but oh my gosh, actually pulling this up, I don't think I've seen this in a long time. I guess it's because the Kyler Murray news, because this is lower than it was earlier in the week. The Arizona Cardinals have an implied team total for fewer than 13 points. The Cardinals are not only supposed to be the worst offense in the NFL this week, they're supposed to be the worst offense in the NFL by a wide margin. So I'm sorry. I know we told someone to start Trey McBride earlier in the live stream. I think we said like over Jake Ferguson or something of that range. But to be completely honest with you, if their implied team totals 12.5 points, with how bad of a matchup this is against Cleveland, you can't start Trey McBride. Can't start Hollywood. Can't start Keontae Ingram. Big Shrimp says, full BBR play Mixon with the chest or Darrell Henderson. We are going to go ahead. We will take Joe Mixon here, my friend. Now, Trevor says, Mesa base, 12-team full BBR. Puka or Tank? Thanks. Appreciate you. Puka versus Tank Dell is tough, obviously, for the reason being that the offense in Los Angeles should be much worse than the offense in Houston this week. I think we are going to go ahead, though, and go Puka. I mean, Puka is playing. This is someone that's been a low-end wide receiver one all season. Definitely not expecting that to be the case this week, of course. Probably having to assume that instead he's going to go to being that low-end wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 3. But that's about the same range that Tank is. Momo says, McBride or Kmet rest of season? Thanks for everything. Thank you, my friend. Probably to go Kmet. I mean, obviously, McBride's the new and exciting guy, but we've had the longer track record of Kmet at this point, right? Kmet's been great this year. Adam says, Tua or Burrow in a full BBR format, 2 and 6. I'm going to go Burrow. I think both quarterbacks are great. You have the second highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week for the Bengals. Then Gus, Alvin, Waddle, Diggs, McBride, Higgins. Is that a good lineup for the week? I think it's a great lineup for the week. I would say in a full BBR format, I personally am looking to pivot off of Gus Edwards, who is averaging fewer than 1 target per game so far this season. So if we could go and send maybe like Gus Edwards in a package with the extra quarterback that we have in a package with Tua and go get an upgrade elsewhere, I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, Rob says DJ or Puka. I'm going to go DJ Moore over Puka. Both are in horrendous offenses. I think DJ Moore should have the more consistent target volume, though. And then Jason, Watson, or Downs. We will go Christian Watson with Josh Downs banged up with the knee injury. It is pretty close, though. Now, Jay Grimm says PBR, Higgins or Ford in the flex spot. I'm going to go Higgins and then Keontae Ingram or KJ Osborne to start. I will go Keontae Ingram. Like I said, not excited about Keontae Ingram in general. In general, I'd be looking to avoid this range if we can. I'm sorry, this offense if we can. But KJ Osborne is just unstartable. I mean, the Vikings offense is supposed to be horrendous as well. And Osborne's the third target in set offense. Now, Steve says, have BBR, Watson or Carr? Very hard to trust Watson. Yeah, for that reason, I would say Watson probably rest of season. But this week, until we actually see Watson producing, I'm completely fine if we want to go Derek Carr, who does have a top 5 implied team total. Yeah, so go Carr this week. Great matchup against the Bears. Pop Swiss says, have BBR, Hunt, Myers, Brandon Cooks. Probably will go Kareem Hunt in that great matchup against the Cardinals. I mean, the updated spread on this game right now is is this correct? Is it a 13-point spread now with no Kyler? Let me just confirm from another source that what I'm looking at is correct, because yeah, it's a 12.5, 13-point spread in Cleveland. That was 8.5 earlier in the week. I guess Vegas sportsbooks were pricing it in as if you were going to be getting Kyler Murray to play. But yeah, I guess that's crazy. Let's go Hunt. And then Dak or Tua. Thank you. Thank you. We will go Tua. Tua does have a better matchup over Dak. Jacoby Time says, pick 2 for the flex. McLaurin, Higgins, and Myers. We're going to be going with Higgins, and then between Myers, McLaurin, it will be up to you. I probably go McLaurin because we have no Curtis Samuel. Not super excited about it, though. Josh says, full BBR, Puka, Addison, or Dotson. Then in your gut, Taysom and McBride. Full BBR format, I was saying previously Taysom over McBride. But now if we're looking at the implied team total, fewer than 13 points for this Arizona Cardinals team, I really don't want to start any Cardinal if we can avoid it. And then between Addison, Dotson, Puka, all of these guys are going to be in bad offenses. You'd say Dotson's probably in the best offense out of them. I'm going to go Addison over Puka. I mean, the thing with Addison is while he's in a horrendous offense just like Puka, he himself is fully healthy. And at the same time, he doesn't have Cooper Kupp to compete with targets with, right? Give me Puka rest of season, but this week I think we go Addison. Now, Tyler says PBR Singletary, Hunt, or Fournette. I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Devin Singletary here, my friend. Now, WC, please help me out on my lineup advice. We have Olave, Nico, Bijan, Walker, Amari, James Cook, Rashee Rice. We need 2 receivers in a flex. Checking that I'm playing Bijan and Walker, bench and Cook, full BBR. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, so we're going Bijan, Walker, running back. Wide receiver, we're going with Olave, Amari. And then for the flex, it's down between Nico, Rashee Rice, James Cook. I think we probably go Nico Collins. And then, yeah, we're going to be benching James Cook. And then most likely benching Rashee Rice as well. Joshua says, love you, bro. Love you, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by the live stream. Now, Kira says, start one between Bateman and Tony. We're down bad. I can tell that we are down bad, my friend. Let me look up the target volume that we've had with Bateman as of late. I know Bateman started off strong that last week. Bateman's had 3 targets, then 2 targets. What is Kadarius Toney sitting with? Tony's back-to-back games here with 1 target. I mean, it looks like with the addition of McCole Hardman in this offense, Kadarius Toney is just a non-factor at this point. So we probably go Bateman. Obviously, we're not excited about either. Ron says, hey, Mason, at BBR, Rice, Puka, or Dotson? Ooh. I'm going to go Puka, but I think it's very close. If you wanted to go Rice, I'm not going to fault you for it, but I'm probably going to go Puka. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Puka or Rice this week? Everybody spam the chat, Puka or Rice. And also, if you have not done so already, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, right now, we are sitting with slightly more than 10% of y'all hitting that live stream. I mean, Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important day for us. We've live streamed for 190 days in a row. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it now. And subscribe to the channel, of course, if you play fantasy football as well. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems for today on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Lamar Jackson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. But we got Rice, Puka, Rice. Looks like everybody's saying Rice over Puka here. You got a few Pukas mixed in. Obviously, it's just so hard to project that out with how bad of an offense that you're going to have Puka in this week. Now, Anthony says, PBR for the flex, we need 1. Between Moss, Pacheco, Devonta Smith, and T. Higgins. I'm going to go with Pacheco. Guaranteed role in a very good offense. I think we want to keep it simple. Now, X says 12-team Happy BR double flex. Just traded Puka for Barkley. Oh my gosh, phenomenal move. Now we have Lamar, Barkley, Aaron Jones, Lamb, Wilson, Taysom, Pittman, Hubbard. And then on the bench, Hunt, McBride, Dell, Watson, Hollywood, Russ. Any trades? If you wanted to go send, say, like Kareem Hunt and Michael Pittman and go get a better wide receiver, then sure, you can do it now that Chuba Hubbard's a starter, now that Kareem Hunt's expendable for this team. Especially in a full PBR format here, that could be a move that you look to make. But, I mean, honestly, you don't need to. Honestly, I think that you are chilling here. You have a phenomenal team as is, my friend. I mean, you're in a great spot. Okay. So let's move this over to Tom says Puka, Higgins, Gabe Davis in the flex. I'm going to go Higgins in the flex and then Gus Bus or Chuba at RB2. Non-PBR format, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be taking Gus Bus, full BBR league. I know a lot of people disagree, but I'm going to go Chuba Hubbard. Now, Toro says 8-team full BBR format. Would you trade DJ Moore for Mike Evans? I mean, sure, it's up to you. In reality, all these mid-wide receiver twos are about in the same range rest of season. I mean, we had DJ Moore as that sell-high guy back after the Washington game. There was a clear spot to sell him. I mean, but now when his price has fallen down to like the Mike Evans range, the thing is, this is where it belongs, right? Yeah, so I mean, if you're kind of valuing where he belongs, I think that it is going to be up to you, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Mike says, Mason, love the content as always. Need help with buys. Happy BR start Madison or Roshan. And then do we start Amari or Rashid? Keep up the great work. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go Madison over Roshan, even with how bad this offense is going to be. And then we will go Amari over Rashid Rice now that you have Deshaun Watson fully healthy, my friend. Now, DM says better trade pieces to upgrade at wide receiver to Happy BR format. Walker, Kamara, we have Charbonnet on the bench, plus Eckler, Mostert, and Ramadre. You're going to get significantly more value out of Alvin Kamara if you were to try to trade him. So obviously it depends on what you're looking to do. Are you looking to just get a marginal upgrade at wide receiver? Then you're probably looking to sell Kenneth Walker. If you're looking to get an elite level wide receiver, then at that point you're probably looking to sell Alvin Kamara, right? Now, AP says, should I consider Stroud over Herbert this week, or am I overthinking it? Also, Puka versus Nico Collins. I think you're overthinking it. I think you still go Herbert, even if his wide receiver room is decimated. And then between Puka versus Nico Collins, tough spot. I'm going to go Nico Collins. I just think that it's going to be a very bad situation. And the thing is, Puka himself's not fully healthy, right? Joey says, please pick one, Dell Dillon or maybe Mike Boone in a full PPR format. Full PPR league, we're just definitely going to go tank Dell, my friend. Hersey says, 10-team Superflex, Happy BR, 3 wide receiver dynasty rebuild. Looking to trade Kyler and Waddle for Jamar. Team would be Stroud, Howell, Gibbs, White, Spears, Roshan, Jamar, Lamb, Collins, Rashid, JSN, Mingo, Kincaid, Frymuth, with 3 future first. Typically on a rebuilding team, I'm not looking to take one wide receiver, add another piece to him and get that and get that upgrade at wide receiver. I'd rather downgrade with our wide receiver tiers and like pick up an extra first round pick. So typically this isn't the trade that I am looking to make. However, I'd say in a 10-team super flex format where the depth here is going to matter a little bit less, I would be fine if we wanted to go out there and make that play for Chase. But the thing you have to think about with that deal as well is once we go through and make that trade for Chase, if we're rebuilding and we're thinking long-term here, that may end up putting us in a little bit of a compromising position if we ourselves aren't looking to compete, right? Because if we're not looking to compete and then all of a sudden we start winning games because we made that trade, and we just end up getting a worse rookie pick from it, like that is an inherent cost, of course. Nate says, Waller in the IR, who has more upside, McBride or Musgrave? I'm going to go McBride over Musgrave. Now, Pop Swiss says, thanks for all the content help, Mason. Thank you. Random question. What was your favorite moment from the draft that you haven't talked about? I know, and this is going to sound like the cheesiest thing ever, and it's going to be like you're just rolling your eyes going, shut up, Mason. What by far and away the coolest thing about our NFL draft experience was, and I didn't know this was going to be the case. Like I kind of knew it, but I didn't like fully expect to like feel moved by it. But when we were at the draft, like and live streaming and looking at the names that were out there with us in the stream, it was legitimately like seeing everybody that had been with us from like 2019 and 2020. And it felt like we all had collectively made it there together, if that makes sense. Like seeing all the people that used to watch us whenever I was just filming in my closet in college, you know, versus being there. So that's, I know it sounds cheesy, and it's like, it's a feeling that was it's very difficult to put into words, if that makes sense. But it was like seeing everybody that has supported us for so long. It's, from what I could tell in the live chat, it seemed like everybody was really enjoying it and everybody felt like they were able to like truly participate in it and they were a part of it as well. Now, Wingless Crib Gaming says 14-team BBR. Am I crazy for wanting to flex Goddard over Puka, JSN, and Christian Watson? I think you're crazy to flex Goddard over Puka, Christian Watson. If you really wanted to go JSN, I'm fine with it. Like I said, typically I'm just never playing a tight end in the flex spot. James says Dell or Ford for the flex or bench Ridley. Ooh. I think we're just going to go ahead. We will play. I mean, you got to bench Ridley. He's on bye, right? But I mean, if you're looking at Ford versus Dell, I'm going to go ahead. I will go Ford this week in a very good matchup against the Arizona Cardinals, where it's like a 13-point spread, where the Browns should be able to effectively run the ball over and over and over again. Now, Joe says McBride or Komet full PPR. We will go with Komet. Vegas sportsbooks are telling us that the Cardinals will be a much better offense than the Cardinals. I'm sorry, the Bears would be a much better offense than the Cardinals this week. Ryan says, have BBR just traded DJ Moore, Najee, Pitts, and Dobbs for Andrews and Terry McLaurin. Give me Andrews over DJ Moore. Terry, Najee, up to you. We're paying Pitts and Dobbs to get it done. Great move. We already have Adams, Higgins, Jefferson needed a tight end. I think it makes a lot of sense to go out there and pay up for that elite level tight end in not in Kenneth Walker, and in Mark Andrews there. Now, Rob says, have BBR, Mike Evans or DK Metcalf. Very tough matchup for Metcalf. He did have 14 targets last week, however. So I'd be completely fine if you wanted to go ahead and take Metcalf. Like, if you look at my rankings, my flex rankings this week, I have Metcalf at 29. I I'm Metcalf at 29, Evans at 30, so it's like really up to you. And the pick two between Mostert, Pollard, or Kenneth Walker. I'm going to go Pollard and Mostert with the tough matchup for Walker. And then pick two between Higgins, Godwin, Wilson, Michael Thomas for your care. I appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR format. I think we're going to opt to go with the receivers. I think we're probably going to go with Chris Godwin and Garrett Wilson. I really do like the long-term upside of T. Higgins. With Higgins, I do think that we want to be in a spot, however, where a little bit more patient and we wait to see what we have with his snaps this week. I mean, if we're looking at him compared to those other great wide receivers, right? Because Higgins didn't play a full slate of snaps last week, but let me keep on refreshing this. And ladies and gentlemen, real quick, hit that like button if you have not done so already. Today is day 190 of live streaming every single day in a row. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, make sure you do it now. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, some of my favorite pick'ems this week will be Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5 total yards and Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards. You can find that with promo code FLOCK on Underdog. You get a 100% deposit match plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a Lamar Jackson special pick of more than less than half a total yards. So make sure you take advantage. Now, we buy homes near you 512 coming out. Thank you. Says, morning, brother. Need the dub this week. Start one at wide receiver 2 and tight end. We have Nico, Flowers, Higgins, Davis, Godwin, and then Ferguson or Hill. Thanks in a standard league. Thank you. Tight end, we're going to go Ferguson. If it's a full BBR format, non-PBR, we'll go Taysom. And then wide receiver, we probably just want to play it safe and go with the Godwin target volume. Now, Matthew is coming out saying, have BBR 4-4, probably 4-5 this week. We have Hurts, Pollard, Cook, Warren, Charbonnet, Moore, Devonta Smith, Pickens, Watson, JSN, Kincaid. Any thoughts on how to make the playoffs? Obviously, if we could upgrade RB2, we would. I mean, over the past few weeks, we've had George Pickens as a sell-high candidate. I would have loved to take Pickens at another RB and go get that upgrade. Honestly, I think it's a very well-balanced roster. If we could send a wide receiver and an RB2 and go upgrade at our RB2 slot, that'd be nice. It's just hard to figure out exactly how we can do that at this point. Now, Alma says Gabe Davis or Puka in a half PPR formats. I want to say Puka. I think the right answer is probably Gabe Davis, though, right? I think the right answer is probably Gabe. Tyler says PBR pick 2, Puka, Flowers, or Sheet Rice. We're going to go Flowers, and then it's going to be your call between Rice, Puka. Just please make sure you play Flowers out of this group. Isaac says start 1, Chuba, Ford, Henderson. And then bench 1, Puka, DK, Olave. Definitely bench Puka. And then for our running backs, we're going to start Chuba Hubbard, who should have pretty much every single touch out of his backfield. I mean, he's going to get the receiving volume as well, right? Which is why I think you have to be excited about him. Now, Joe says, yo, good morning, big dog. Good morning. Who should we start at the flex? Full BBR. Smith or Hunt? Full BBR, we're going to go Smith. And also for other team, full BBR, Pollard or White for our RB2. We will go Pollard over White, even with the tough matchup. Now, Duval says, Puka, Christian Watson, or Jahan Dotson. Very, very tough. I think it's going to be up to you between Puka, Christian Watson. All I know is I probably would not start Jahan Dotson here. I think Dotson would be the bench for me. Trying to think. Yeah, between Puka and Watson, I do think it's really up to you, though. Harrison says, Cup, Addison, Pittman, JSN, start 2. We're going to go Pittman and Cup. Brian says, 10T PBR, pick a flex between Puka, Downs, or Rashee Rice. Downs also dealing with his own knee injury. So between Puka, Rice, it's up to you. I asked everybody in the live chat earlier. Everybody said Rice. I kind of want to say Puka. David says, pick 2 in a PBR format. Henderson, Downs, James Cook, Roschon. I'm going to go Henderson and James Cook with Josh Downs being banged up. Really hope I'm wrong. And Joel says also Gabe Davis or Rice for wide receiver 2. I will go Gabe Davis over Rashee Rice. Michael says McBride or Taysom at tight ends. Previously, I was saying to go ahead and take McBride in a full PPR format, but to be honest with you, I think that we probably shouldn't. I think that we probably instead just need to go Taysom with how bad this Cardinals offense is going to be. Crazy question, but the Stafford injury scares me. Would you start Moss or Lockett over Kupp? Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. And no, I think we still start Cooper Kupp here. I mean, obviously, it is frustrating that he's going to be worse this week than he otherwise would be. Now, Jason says, Waddle, Pittman, Collins, Hollywood's Puka. We got to start 3. We're going to go with Waddle, Pittman easily. And then between Collins, Hollywood, Puka, I think we will go Nico Collins at this point. Okay. David says 5-3 half-point PBR double flex was offered Higgins and Myers for James Conner. Other running backs are Henry, Stevenson, Moss, Herbert. We have Allen, Olave, and Godwin. Double flex format, I'm fine if you want to do this. If it's like a 12 or larger league. I mean, I do really like T. Higgins rest of season, right? It just, I would actually have Higgins and Myers. And we don't need receivers, but let's do it. Miro says trade Pittman for Hunt and Douglas. Need running back depth. I would rather have Michael Pittman. It's A-Rod says, do I trade Puka for Adams and Edwards? I think at this point, probably with the Stafford injury. I mean, obviously, you'd rather have Adams in the short term. It's like, maybe if you're 7-1, then no. Maybe we just think long-term and hold on to Puka. Milo says, 10-team redraft full PBR. Who should we start in the flex? Gabe Davis, Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, or Dallas Goedert? Love you, Mason. Love you, my friend. We will go with Gabe Davis here. And then, yeah, if you picked up Kincaid, I think that does mean that you should probably look to try to squeeze some value out of either Goddard or Kincaid with a trade, my friend. Now, Mitch says traded Tua, Waddle, Rice for Hurts in London. What are your thoughts? Tua to Hurts upgrade, Waddle to London. Let's go Rice to London lateral move. So essentially we paid Waddle to upgrade from Tua to Jalen Hurts. I think it's a fair trade. I don't want to act like, oh man, you made out like a bandit here. Great deal. No, in reality, it's kind of whatever trade, but I understand why you'd want to do it. Mark, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you. Harrison says Moss, Johnson, or Dobbs at the flex in a full PPR format. I'm going to go with Zach Moss in a great matchup against the Panthers. Duke says PPR before the Thursday game traded Cook, Ford, Pickens, and received Swift, Jones, Sutton. Love it. Playing him this week, so Pickens put up 1 point versus me. That is awesome, my friend. That is awesome. Fishing Bass says, Yo, Mason, at PBR, need lineup help. We have Jacoby, Godwin, Addison, Downs, Ford, Madison. We got to pick 2 with 1 being a receiver. And then should we fade the Bills defense and stream Atlanta or New England? I'd say yes. I'd probably bench the Bills defense this week in favor of probably play the Atlanta Falcons defense. Or actually, no, you can go New England. New England's favored by 3.5 points. And Sam Howell is at the top of the NFL in sacks. So our receiver here is going to be Godwin. And then for our flex, I think we're going to stick with the wide receiver position. And I think, actually, no. I wouldn't have said this at the beginning of the week, but I think with how things have changed here, we probably should be giving that bump up to Jerome Ford. Like, we're at the end of the day, I mean, he's probably going to lead the backfield. He will have somewhat of a role as a receiver. I think we probably go Ford there. Now, Dan says, my dude, PBR, 2 out of these 3 Rice, Pop Douglas, Jahan Dotson. We're going to go Rice and Dotson. Not my proudest moment. Yeah. I mean, with Douglas, my thing is like, we don't want any part of this New England Patriots offense, especially if it's just a jag wide receiver, right? Like, I understand the Kendrick Bourne injury is going to open up targets. I understand this team doesn't really have any weapons, but it's a great matchup. It's a horrible offense, though. I'm just not excited about it. Timeout Sports says, good morning, Mason. Happy Sunday, dude. Do we trade Carr to get Gus Bus? It's a super flex league with our other quarterbacks being Goff and Trevor. Can we get more than Gus? Thanks. Definitely get more than Gus. Hold on to Derek Carr if it's a super flex format. I mean, maybe after this week, once we have Goff and Trevor through their bye, but definitely not right now. Isaac says start Jonathan Mingo or Hyatt. DJ Chark will be playing here, so I think that Mingo is going to be a little bit less appealing. And you do have Daniel Jones back in, so honestly, if you wanted to go Hyatt, not going to fault you at all. I'd probably go Mingo, but Andrew says have BBRD, 2 running backs and a flex. Between Ford, Hunt, Chuba, Singletary. We're going to go Singletary. We're going to go Chuba, Ford for the running backs. And then for the flex, we're going to go over to wide receiver and we will play T. Higgins, my friend. Yeah, go Ford, Chuba. My issue with Singletary is he probably will find himself in a situation where he is splitting anyway. So I don't know how excited we want to be about that. Sorry, just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Michael says, have BBR need to. Moss, Aaron Jones, and Darrell Henderson. I'm going to go Aaron Jones and, dear God. I want to say Darrell Henderson. It would be Darrell Henderson easily. If Stafford was playing. But I think, honestly, we may pivot over to Moss over Henderson now with this offense being much worse. But John says, morning, Mason. Need help with my lineup this week. We have Allen, Mixon, Myers, Olave, Goddard, Ford at the flex, and then Michael Thomas, Leonard Fournette on the bench. So, yeah, if we were to get someone in the starting lineup, it would be Michael Thomas. He does have a great matchup. Now, can I start Michael Thomas over Myers? No. Can I start him over Olave? No. Can I start him over Ford? No. So, honestly, I think you sit on your hands. I don't really think you make any swaps from here. I think it's a great team. And if you were to make a change, it would be Michael Thomas and Jacoby Myers. But I probably still want Myers. Naheem says Puka or McLaurin in a non-PPR format. Non-PPR, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Terry McLaurin. We're going to go with someone that we think has maybe a little more touchdown upside now that we have no Stafford. Omar says Johnston or Juju at wide receiver 2. I will go Quentin Johnston over Juju. Now that you're in a spot where you have no Joshua Palmer. Obviously, neither guy's that exciting, though. Eric says PBR, Hunt or Singletary. I think you can have a greater receiving role for Singletary. Probably go Singletary. I mean, my issue with Hunt, and I have Hunt everywhere. Like, I'm really hoping that Hunt continues to perform, is the touchdowns are most likely going to come down in a dramatic fashion. He's in a 3-man running back by committee here. So realistically speaking, I don't know how excited we can be. Now, Richard says full BBR, who to flex between Downs, Amari, Foreman, Dell, or Watson. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Amari Cooper. I honestly don't even think it's that close either. Whenever you have Deshaun Watson fully good to go, and it's a great matchup for Amari. Okay. Now, Brazy says 10-team BBR, start Puka, Moss, or Douglas in the flex. Full BBR format, I'm still going to go Puka here. Now, Duke says, you're a legend, brother. Appreciate you. Pick one, Godwin or Higgins. I'm going to go Godwin. I think you can make an argument for Higgins rest of season. My issue that we would have with Higgins just this week, even though it's a great game environment that we want pieces of, ultimately at the end of the day, you are still having to deal with the fact that he didn't play all the snaps last week, right? He still does look like he's dealing with this injury somewhat. So I don't know. Now, Tommy, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to see you. And Freddie says, 10-team PBR. We need a running back and a flex. We have Dell, Anderson, Jeb Wilson, Singletary. Smash that like, boys. Good luck this week. Thank you, Mason. Thank you for everything, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead. We will play Devin Singletary now that we have the Stafford news with Henderson. And then also now that we have no Robert Woods, I think that we probably go ahead and at the same time play Tank Dell. Like, Henderson would have been exciting for me. The thing is, I just now at this point don't really want pieces of this offense unless they are the players that are just elite level talents, right? Like Cooper Kupp. Joe says Dotson, Myers, Rashee Rice, or JSN in a PPR format. I will go Jacoby Myers. I mean, I don't necessarily think that this offense can be much, much worse than it already has been, like obviously it's hard to know exactly what this quarterback coaching staff change is going to end up looking like for the receivers here. I just don't think it can be much worse than it has been. HG Keep Grinding says, would you still play Puka, Quentin Johnson, or Tank Dell available? And then Michael Mayer or Jonnu Smith. We're going to go Jonnu Smith with no Kyle Pitts. And then yes, I'll still play Puka over Johnston and Dell. Now Hearsay says 12 team, Happy BR 3-5. We have Lawrence, Etienne, Javonte, Ramadre, Chuba, Olave, Amari, Wilson, Hogginson, McBride. Fought back from 1-5, trying to push further. Hell yes, my friend. So we're going to be starting Javonte. And we're going to be starting Ramadre, Chuba at running back with Javonte and Etienne on bye. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting Olave, Amari. For the flex, we're going to go Garrett Wilson. And then for tight end, we will go TJ Hawkinson. Brazen says PBR start to Puka, DJ Moore, Nico Collins. I think here we could probably just go DJ Moore and Nico Collins. Now, Jason says full PBR, start 3, Kupp, Higgins, Zay, or Garrett Wilson. We started Levis, also Hawkinson or Andrews. We're going to go Kupp, Garrett Wilson, Zay, and then we're going to go Andrews over Hawkinson with no Cousins. And yeah, I mean, I really do want to be playing Higgins long term, and I really like the fact that we have Higgins on this team for the long term. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult for me to get there right away when he didn't play all the snaps last week. So Mark says, do we start Kupp or Waddle? Very interesting question here. I think you could honestly take this one either way. I probably, oh my gosh. Let me pull up the implied team totals. So Dolphins supposed to drop 25 points this week. The Rams at 17.25. I'd say we have more target volume for Kupp, full PBR format, probably more receptions. Probably more touchdown upside for Waddle. Oh my gosh. I think we go Kupp over Waddle with Puka banged up a little bit as well, but it is close. I think that is about the range where Kupp falls in rankings. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 600 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. I mean, today's day 190 of live streaming every single day in a row. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, please make sure you do it today. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to live stream every day until 2024. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat and the description. My favorite pick'ems this week are going to be Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards, and also Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5. But yeah, promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Lamar Jackson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. Now, Mark says 14-team PBR 7-1. We need a flex between Hunt, Hollywood, Douglas. Much love. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt now that this Cardinals offense is supposed to be a just complete train wreck. It's A-Rod says, your dog. Appreciate you. Also start Henderson or Chuba as RB2. I'm going to go with Chuba Hubbard. I think he's in a better offense and honestly just has a super safe workload at this point. Now, Thomas says PBR, Taysom or McBride? Thanks. Thank you. Earlier, I was saying to go with go with McBride over Taysom. Now, I think I probably have to switch my tone a bit as we look at how bad this offense is supposed to be for Arizona. So now I actually probably end up going with Taysom over McBride. Ron Burgundy says, good morning, Mason. One upgraded RB2. We have Levis, Stroud, Kyler, Kamara, Gus, Diggs, Waddle, Kelsey, Higgins. Dylan, Hollywood, Myers, Kirk. Any ideas? In terms of trades, I would say probably not. I mean, if you wanted to go see if we could sell, say, Christian Kirk and Gus Edwards and go get a better running back, let's go for it. Much easier said than done, however. I think that what you're probably going to be looking to do instead is I think you're going to be in a spot where we just want to be rostering a few extra RBs. That way we can hopefully find that next guy off the waiver wire that turns into like Kyron Williams, right? So I think you just go ahead and just cut Will Levis at this point. And then once we have Kyler Murray back as well, maybe even let go of Stroud. Now Chase says start 2, flex 1, Jacobs, Hall, Mostert, and Swift. We're going to play Jacobs, Hall, and DeAndre Swift here, my friend. The bus says PBR for the flex. Lockett or Myers? I'm going to go with Myers over Lockett. Lockett just has a very tough matchup. Now, Jack says full BBR flex 1. Stevenson, Watson, or Quentin Johnson. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Ramondre Stevenson. Decent matchup. Obviously, I'm not super excited about playing Ramondre. It is what it is, though. Now, True Playa coming out saying Nico or Chuba at the flex, and then Carr, CJ at quarterback. We're going to go Carr over CJ at quarterback for this week, given the matchup. And then for the flex spot, if it's a full BBR format, I think I can go Nico Collins. Non-BBR league, we'd probably go Chuba Hubbard. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Jack Just Playing says, I'm 4-4, and I'm sending an offer. Aaron Jones and Amon-Ra for Brees and Olave. My other running backs are Montgomery and ETN. Amon-Ra to Brees, downgrade. Aaron Jones to Olave, slight upgrade. I would probably rather just keep the best player. Trying to think. I mean, I personally think that the best player here is Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I think it's a fair deal. You can make it if you want. I just want to be that excited about it, to be honest with you. Jack says, Downs dealing with the knee, Rice or Dotson for the flex. Because Downs is dealing with the knee injury, he should be good to go, but I think we have to lower him in our expectations just a bit, and we probably go Rice. Now, Big Shrimpy says, have BBR double flex, Roshan or Michael Thomas. I'm going to go Michael Thomas over Roshan. Matthew says, I need you. Pick 2, Aaron Jones, Ford, Moss, Singletary, Hunts. For sure, play Aaron Jones between Ford, Moss, Singletary, Hunt. I do think it gets a little bit tougher. I think you're going to be looking at either Singletary or Jerome Ford. I think Singletary probably has more touches. Jerome Ford probably has higher value touches given his offense in the game environment. So yeah, play Aaron Jones in the between Singletary and Ford. I think that is going to be up to you, my friend. Now, Nicholas says, PBR getting a tight end premium 4-4. We have Herbert, CMC, Gibbs, Ford, Spears. And then Olave, Collins, Godwin, London, JSN, Burks, Sutton, and Njoku, Taysom. Tips for the day and rest of season. We're going to be starting we're going to be starting Ford and I guess maybe we played Spears. Tough dealing with both CMC and Gibbs on the same bye week. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting Olave, Godwin. For the flex, we will go with Collins. Tight end, we're going to go David Njoku. I don't necessarily think that we have any tips rest of season here. I mean, the only tips that I would have had rest of season is let's build a little more running back depth and a little less wide receiver depth. But, I mean, it's kind of too late to do that now in that we're already dealing with the CMC and Gibbs bye weeks. And starting next week, if we were to look to do that, we're already through their respective buys. Now, Eddie says full BBR starter running back in a flex between Mostert, Swift, Jacobs, Puka, and Evans. We're going to go Jacobs and Swift. And do we still start Kupp and Hawkinson with their quarterbacks out? We also have Goddard. I'm still going to go Hawkinson over Goddard this week whenever you have no Jefferson. And then, yeah, I still will go Kupp over someone like Mike Evans. Now, Tori says, hey, Mason, need your help. Should we start Herbert or Howell today? Also, Pittman or Scary Terry? Thanks, bro. Thank you. I'm going to go Pittman over Scary Terry, and then we're going to go Justin Herbert over Sam Howell, even with his receivers being banged up. Now, Zach says, need two, Pacheco or Madre, Aaron Jones or Moss. I'm going to go with Pacheco and Aaron Jones. Very positive reports that we have coming out of Green Bay regarding Aaron Jones this week. Now, Beatdown Breezy says, full BBR pick 4, Rice, Pittman, Brees, Bijan, and Saquon. We're going to go Saquon, Bijan, Brees, and Pittman. So, yeah, just bench Rashee Rice here, my friend. Bench Rashee Rice. Corinne says, double flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Cook, Lamb, Higgins, Evans, Addison. The bench is Jefferson, Warren, Montgomery, Michael Thomas, Ridley. Play Michael Thomas over Addison or grab Dotson, Dell off of waivers. I'm going to go Addison over Thomas, Dotson, Dell. Long term, maybe we can reevaluate this, and long term, maybe we do change our minds here. But short term, you still are in a spot where Jordan Addison has no Justin Jefferson in his offense, and he's still going to have a really solid role just with his guaranteed targets. And he's a great player, even if it's a horrendous offense. Mark says Mahomes, Amon-Ra, Jefferson, Brees, Walker, Kincaid. Oh, phenomenal team. In terms of changing anything around here, obviously we need some wide receiver depth in for the short term. Long term, without knowing the bench, it's very hard to say much. Hopefully we have wide receiver depth that we can play for right this second. But honestly, I think that you are in a very comfortable spot overall. It's just like, when do we actually get Justin Jefferson back in? That's a question that I do not have the answer to. That's a question that I do not know the answer to. But if you get Jefferson back in soon, I think it should be a fine team. But we have the report coming out saying that Jefferson is not like a guarantee to come back week 10. I mean, off the IR. Which, I mean, should kind of be baseline expectation with how bad this team's going to be and how he has like really no incentive to come back, right? Okay, but Tommy coming out saying full BBR need 3. One has to be a running back. We have Hunt, Ford, Zay, Nico Collins, Myers, Metcalf. Thanks. Thank you. Our running back will be Ford, and then our other 2 will probably be wide receivers. Probably going to be going with Metcalf and Zay Flowers in a full PPR format, my friend. But yeah, I definitely think you're going to be playing Ford over Hunt, and this is coming from someone who has significantly more. And I mean significantly more. Kareem Hunt, then Jerome Ford in draft. So I hope I'm wrong here, but Ford is going to be the guy with the receiving role, right? So you probably have to go in this direction. Nadeeb says, pick 2 running backs to start in a full PPR league. We have Ramondre, White, Chuba, Ford, Hunt. We're going to go with White, and then between Ramondre, Chuba, Ford, it is going to be up to you. I think you probably go White and Chuba. We have Walker's RB1 and feel like he is an auto start. Yeah, Walker is an auto start. It is a really tough spot. I mean, a really tough matchup that he has, and you're not super excited about him because he is going up against Baltimore. But ultimately, we still probably have to start him in that range. Okay. Now, Duvall says, Puka, Gabe Davis, Lockett, Nico, Watson, Brian Robinson. Need 2 receivers and 1 flex. Happy BR. Thanks for all your help. No, thank you. Just trying to think. We're going to go Nico, Puka, Gabe Davis. Lockett obviously coming off an extremely strong week, but there is the chance that JSN continues to get better. And it is that very tough matchup for Lockett at the same time. Now, Steve says Higgins or Amari this week in a 10-team PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go Amari with Deshaun Watson being good to go and it being a great matchup against Arizona. Now, Vito says projected 20, need 2 flexes. Douglas, Taysom, Michael Thomas, Shaheed. We're going to go Michael Thomas. And here, I think we can go ahead and we can go Douglas. Typically, I'm avoiding Douglas, though. Now, Trustlock says drop 1, JSN, Dobbs, Miles Sanders. I think I probably cut Miles Sanders. At this point, he is just a backup running back that's been very inefficient. Chase says, appreciate it. Always good luck, Flag. No, good luck, my friend. And yes, I appreciate you. And Leonardi says, got offered Keenan and Moss for Jacobs. Is it a fair deal? My other 2 running backs are Montgomery, Kenneth Walker. It's a full PPR league. Full PPR league, I think you can make it. I think that Jacobs is going to go out there and probably be in a better situation with the coaching staff change. I think they use him as a 3-down workhorse, which, I mean, he kind of has been used. You just need the offense to be a little bit better. But yeah, I think that you go ahead, you take the Keenan Allen side, especially just with all the wide receivers there being banged up now, right? Like, not only do you have no Mike Williams, but also you have Joshua Palmer banged up at the same time. Jonathan says full BBR for the flex, Puka, Shaheed, or Douglas. I will go Puka here, even if we're not super excited about it. Sean says, Morning Mason, please pick 3. Amari, Puka, DJ Moore, or Christian Watson. Thank you as always. Now, thank you. We're going to go with Moore, Amari easily. Between Puka and Christian Watson, it will be a little bit tougher. I'm probably going to go Puka over Christian Watson. I would not fault you if you wanted to go on the other end, though. Now, CR says, PBR, please rank with those Stafford. Puka, Olave, Pittman. We're going to go Olave, Pittman, then Puka last. John says, who do we start between Rice, Downs, Watson? Thank you for the help. No, thank you. I think, honestly, it's going to be down between Rice, Watson for you. I think that they are going to be incredibly close, and it is up to you. If you look at the underdog pick'ems, they would tell you to go with Rashee Rice over Watson. But if you wanted to go Watson, I'd be fine with it. I just think that we can use the tiebreaker for the knee injury for Josh Downs and say Downs is probably going to be the guy that we are at least safe to bench here. Pat says Roshan, Quentin Johnston, or Keontae Ingram. We're going to go Keontae Ingram, even though it's going to be a horrendous situation, a horrendous offense. Still, ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, he's a running back that has guaranteed work, where those other guys, Now, Denton says, 18 BBR, we need a kicker. Who should we drop between Flowers, Deontay, Achane, Javonte, Goddard, Kincaid, Tua, and Burrow? Brutal spot. 8-team league, wide receiver depth is going to be the easiest thing to come by if we had to cut someone. It's probably Flowers. But obviously, we would way rather opt to make a 2-for-1 deal and naturally, I mean, upgrade a different way. I'm sorry, open up a roster spot a different way. Because that's always the brutal thing, right? I mean, here it's brutal in an 8-team league when we have to go through and drop someone like that. Now, Creed says, is it crazy to start Taysom over Nico Godwin? Yes, sir. That is freaking nuts. Please, for the love of God, do not do that. But ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we've been live for about an hour and a half. And looks like more than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So thank you so much. But if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, some of my favorite pick'ems this week will be Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards and Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5 receiving yards. You can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So please make sure you take advantage if you have not done so already. Now, Machu says, good morning, Mason. Full BBR, start Godwin or Moss in the flex. We're definitely going to go Godwin, even if Moss is a great matchup. And then, yeah, thank you so much for being a long time member of the flock. You know, I appreciate you. Now, Honey says, Happy BBR, we're going to go Puka or Nico. Probably going to go Nico Collins at this point. Margot says, Amari or Devonta Smith. We will go Amari Cooper with a healthy Deshaun Watson in a great matchup. Now, RM says, Happy BBR start 2, Jones, Higgins, James Cook. We're going to go Aaron Jones and T. Higgins. Maybe if you were to have no Leonard Fournette this week, then we could say, oh, okay, well, then in that case, let's pivot over and let's go with James Cook over Higgins. But I don't know. I don't want to start James Cook. Now, Gorilla Kid says, second RB flex, Bijan, Pacheco, Ford, Mixon, Puka, Lockett, Flowers. Our two running backs and flex, we're going to start 3 running backs. We're going to go Bijan, Pacheco, and Joe Mixon. Yeah. Let's go with the running backs with the guaranteed workloads. Let's go Bijan, Pacheco, and Joe Mixon, my friend. Now, the Michael says, stash Fournette. What are expectations rest of season? Expectations are he is in a 3-man running back by committee, and you're not super excited to play him. At least those are my expectations. Hopefully I'm wrong. But Morv says 12-team PPR. Traded Tua, Garrett for Keenan. We have Burrow. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you have Burrow, obviously, with Burrow through his bye especially, I mean, you can go through and you can start Burrow every single week, regardless of matchups. You don't really need to have that other play, so I really like it. Now, Chris says, pick 2, full BBR. Moore, Hollywood, Chuba, Moss, Gabe Davis. Kind of want to play Chuba, flock up. Appreciate you. I think we're going to go DJ Moore and Chuba. Yeah, we'll go DJ Moore and Chuba. If you didn't want to go Chuba, you'd go Gabe Davis. But yeah, completely fine with that, of course. Whenever you're in a spot where Hollywood Brown is going to have Clayton Tune as the starting quarterback, it's going to be almost impossible to be excited about that offense. Now, David says, 1 receiver, 1 flex, Puka, Jacoby, Aaron Jones, Gabe, JSN, and McBride. Our flex, we're going to go Aaron Jones, and then for our wide receiver, it's going to be down between Gabe, Puka, Jacoby for you. Don't play JSN. Don't play McBride. For the love of God, make sure you are starting Aaron Jones here. So start Aaron Jones for sure, and then flip a coin between Puka, Jacoby, and Gabe Davis. Now, Dustin says, full BBR, we need 1. Watson, Downs, JSN, and Roshan. I'm probably going to go Watson over Downs now that Downs is dealing with a knee injury. I mean, obviously, he's been dealing with the knee injury all week, but now that it's rolled all the way up until this point, right? I mean, you were hoping that he was going to be practicing in full and be able to shed the questionable tag a while ago. Now, Steve says, Chuba or Jerome Ford this week, 10-team full PPR. I'm going to be going with Chuba because with Jerome Ford, I do expect him to be in that 3-man committee. I expect him to be the lead back in the 3-man committee, but still, nonetheless, I do expect that you will have touches for both Hunt as well as Pierre Strong. Now, Brazy says PBR, McBride, Everett, Auden, or Musgrave at tight ends. Brutal spot. We are going to go Trey McBride with the target volume you should see. I'm just not excited about playing Trey McBride given the matchup that we have against Cleveland and how bad this offense is going to be. Jordan says, Morning Mason, we have Cup. Pittman is my receivers locked in this week. My running backs are Saquon and Brees. We need help with the flex. We're going to go Rice, Puka, or Pollard. Oh, for sure you're going Pollard. I understand Pollard, tough matchup. I understand Pollard hasn't been great, but don't overthink it, my friend. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, Pollard is a running back, seeing 15 touches per game. I'm sorry, 15 carries per game, like 5 targets per game on top of that. And I'm sorry, please, for the love of God, ladies and gentlemen, do not copy and paste your question over and over again in the live chat, or you're going to get muted for the time being. It just ruins the chat for everybody else. Now, Christopher says, pick 2, full BBR. Smith, Downs, Singletary, Watson, Dotson. And then also Tank Dell or Josh Downs. Dell versus Downs. I would have said Downs easily at the beginning of the week before this injury rolled this late. Now it's a little bit tougher. I think it's up to you. And then for our other 2, we're going to be going with Devonta Smith and then probably Christian Watson. It's either Smith and Watson or Smith and Singletary. For sure play Devonta Smith. For sure bench Dotson. Singletary, I would love to come out here and say, oh yeah, must start running back. In reality, it's probably tougher just given the fact that with Devin Singletary. So running back that's still probably going to be in an RB by committee with Mike Boone. And obviously he's not like a superb talent by any means. Now Cole says PBR pick 2. Downs, Hubbard, Cook, Stevenson. I'm going to go with Hubbard and Stevenson. Now, Chubbs is a farm. It says 18 PBR. We have Connor in the IR. Need to move him or drop him next week. Who can we get in return? Projections on Kyler when he returns. Kyler, I mean, through Kyler's career, he has been a top 5 QB in fantasy year in and year out. Now, I'm not going to be projecting that now, given the fact that you are going to be dealing with him probably running the ball a little bit less. So then you probably have Kyler Murray as an average to below average real life NFL quarterback. Then in terms of what we are projecting in fantasy, probably like a low end QB1. And then for James Conner, I mean, you could try to trade him. But the thing is, like, if you're thinking like, oh, do I drop him or do I trade him? In an 8-team league, right, it just goes to show like the bar of these guys and what you need from a player to get trade value out of. So you're not going to be able to get a lot for him, to be honest with you. In an 8-team league, that is. Now, Replays MTG says, have BBR, pick 2. Cook, Dotson, Henderson, and Hollywood. I think we're going to go ahead and play Darrell Henderson and James Cook. If Kyler Murray would have played, I definitely would have said Hollywood Brown. But at this point, with Clayton Tune being the starter, I think it is much, much tougher to get there, my friend. Now, Tony says, offered Thielen for Kyler and Myers. Stroud and Watson are my other quarterbacks. It's a 2 QB, 6-point passing touchdown league. Good day. Good luck today, Flock. Good luck, my friend. If it is a 2 QB league, we need more. I understand the thought process and don't fault you at all for wanting to make this trade. But ultimately, if it's a 2 QB league, I'd be trying to squeeze out some more value out of Kyler Murray. Now, Boris says Puka or Collins. I'm going to go Collins. And then Hunt, Madison, or Keontae. I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt in a great matchup. Now, Joe says Puka or Douglas this week. We're going to go Puka. Obviously, Douglas, good matchup. Still not excited to play him. Now, Caleb says Evans, Amari, Addison. We need to start one. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play, honestly. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, probably would have said Evans. Now, at this point, I think I kind of want to go through and play Amari. I mean, if you're really into Amari, it's a great matchup against Arizona. Not only is it that great matchup, but at the same time, Deshaun Watson is fully healthy and good to go. Now, Mike says, full BBR, Howell or Stroud, and Stevenson or Hunt. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go Stroud over Sam Howell and then Stevenson over Hunt in a full PPR format, even though I don't like Stevenson. Ycheck says, no question. Thank you for your service to go. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I'm Gucci Bolo says Addison or Godwin in the flex. We're going to go Godwin, even though Addison is right there. I just think it's obviously the offense. Matthew says, I get Swift, Addison for Moss and Puka, strong at receiver. Puka to Swift, give me Swift. Moss to Addison, kind of up to you. Yeah, I think we would go get Swift and Addison. Project says, full BBR 10-team league. We have CMC on bye. My only other running back is Mostert. We have AJ and Connor, but they're out. My only other option's AJ Dillon. We need some help. Dear God, my friend. I think you play Mostert and AJ Dillon and set up a prayer. I mean, what am I supposed to say? If you can go get Devin Singletary off of the waiver wire, or maybe if you wanted to go see if you could get, I don't know, maybe Keontae Ingram. Keontae Ingram could be a pickup for you. Now, Yacht from Grand TV says, my guy, need your help. Who should we start? Rice or Gabe Davis? I'm in another league. I need two. TJ, Kincaid, Downs, DJ Moore, Lockett. We need a tight end and a flex. Okay, so we're going to go Gabe Davis. Rice, Gabe Davis. I'm super sorry, my friend. Game literally just kicked off. I mean, really, we're late to this question, which I apologize. And the other league between TJ and Kincaid, I'm going to go TJ. And then Downs, DJ, Lockett. For our flex, we are going to go ahead. We will take DJ Moore. And I'm sorry for getting to the other question late. But our next question coming out from Will says, Puka or Douglas? We're going to go Puka. Playing Tyreek soon. Pray for me. Good luck, my friend. And yeah, just saw that you have Tyreek as what? The 4th fastest wide receiver in NFL history. I'm sorry. Through 8 games, he has the 4th most receiving yards of any wide receiver in NFL history. Nuts. Sleep deprived animator says Puka, Flowers, or Nico. Probably go Flowers. Michael says either Aaron Jones or Chuba Hubbard, Tinty Mappy Bar. We're going to go Aaron Jones. Great reports from Green Bay regarding Aaron Jones this week. Your face has started to Puka, Metcalf, Moore, Henderson, Brian Robinson. I'm going to go with Metcalf and DJ Moore. Gatlin says Bijan going to get an increased workload. He's still getting double-digit carries every single week. Still getting 4 to 5 targets every week. So, I mean, hopefully he sees an increased workload. You start him regardless, though. I mean, the only real disappointing week that we've had, of course, has been, the 1 week where he had the headache and gives you nothing. Now, next is coming out from Duran says, start Kincaid or Singletary over Puka at the flex. No, I'm still going to go Puka here. And yeah, if you have Kincaid, love Kincaid and super excited about him. But obviously the reason we love Kincaid is his value over replacement at the tight end position, not his raw points per game. So I would be looking to see if we could go out there and maybe sell Kincaid and get something else in here. I'm sorry, go get an upgrade elsewhere. Cosmic says, happy VR, Aaron Jones or McLaurin for the flex. We're going to go Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones is a must-start player at this point. Now, Adam says, need one for the flex. Full BBR. It's a close matchup, but I'm expected to win. We have Chuba, James Cook, or Demario Douglas. We're going to go with Chuba Hubbard, my friend. Thank you again for another tough choice. No, thank you. I mean, I understand the thought process here, and I understand why you would be excited to play Douglas with his great matchup. My issue is he's not a super talented receiver. Like, obviously, he's more talented at the game of football than I'm at anything in my entire life, but I still don't think he's a good NFL receiver. And on top of this, hell, he's in one of the worst offenses in the NFL, right? So I don't know. I'm not excited about Douglas. I know a lot of other people are. I know he's been fine, but seems like just one of these random wide receivers that in a best ball league, maybe sure can give you something. I don't know if we are ever excited to actually go out there and start him though. Now, Everett says, come on, Mason. Think of us in the deep 16-team leagues. McKinnon, Kincaid, Douglas, Justice Hill. I'm probably going to go, oh my gosh. Probably going to go Kincaid here. One of the very few spots where I'll say, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and let's flex the tight end. Very few spots, though. Now, the Chatmeister says Henderson or Moss flex. We're going to go Henderson and then move Douglas. Actually, I'd play both over Douglas. Yeah, I would take Douglas out. I mean, maybe I get burned because obviously, this is just a beautiful matchup where typically you want to start as many guys as you can here, but I don't know. I just personally have like no interest in Douglas. I'm trying to think of like maybe an argument we can make for him. It's just like, yeah, he has a great matchup. The Patriots offense is supposed to be better this week than it typically is, but it's still a bad offense. He's still not a great receiver. So I'm still going to be looking to avoid, to be honest. And Quentin says, full BBR, 2 receivers and a flex. We need to pick 3. Between Kupp, Smith, Hunt, Higgins, Flowers, Addison. We're going to go with Flowers, Kupp, and Smith. Flowers, Kupp, and Smith, my friend. Caitlin says, what do you think happens with Gibbs after the bye? I think he goes and splits the backfield with David Montgomery. I think Montgomery's the running back that has the red zone work. Gibbs is the running back that has the receiving work. So, yeah, I think Gibbs is someone you're excited about in a full PPR league, of course. Now, Michael says, full PPR 8-team league, start DK or Devonta Smith. Another league, same format, start DK or Flowers. Thanks for all your help this season. No, thank you. I'm going to go DK over Flowers, then DK versus Smith. I think you have a higher floor with DK. I think you have a higher ceiling with Smith. So for sure, play DK Metcalf over Zay Flowers. DK Metcalf versus Devonta Smith. On the other hand, I have ranked wide receiver 28, wide receiver 29. So it really is going to be up to you. If you wanted to go through and if you wanted to say, I don't know, maybe diversify a bit, you go DK over Flowers and then Smith over DK in the other league. Replays MTG says PBR Johnson, Singletary, Downs, or Douglas. With Downs dealing with the knee injury, I think possibly we can just pivot over and let's say, okay, let's just go Devin Singletary. Now, David says pick 2, Henderson, Ford, Singletary, and Foreman. Half PPR. We're going to go with Henderson and Devin. No, I'm sorry. We're going to go Ford and Singletary. I think Henderson is less appealing now that you are sitting here with no Stafford in this offense. And a Rashee Rice touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. My most drafted Kansas City Chief in Underdog Best Ball drafts this year. Repping the Underdog shirt. So your boy is happy about that Rashee Rice touchdown. Let's watch that again. What was it? Was it just a screen? Yeah, screen from about 10 yards out. Beautiful, beautiful. Love to see it. Loved it. I mean, if y'all don't know, we spent all offseason saying, I didn't know Rashee Rice was going to be great, but I knew in Kansas City, you wanted to draft the cheapest wide receiver. So instead of wasting your middle round picks on Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, just wait around and instead just grab Rashee Rice. So yeah, Rashee Rice, our most drafted Kansas City Chief player this year. Excited to see it. Now, Mark James says, pick 2, Madison, Moss, or Kareem Hunt. Thanks, Haas. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go with Moss and Kareem Hunt with how bad the offense should be in Minnesota. Endless from the other side coming out saying, 12-team full BBR, Puka, Henderson, or Shaheed in the flex. Love the content, 3-year follower. Thank you so much, my friend. I think that we are going to go ahead and bench Shaheed for sure. I know Shaheed's in a good game environment where his offense should score a lot of points, but still ultimately at the end of the day, Shaheed is a wide receiver that had 3 targets last week. Not super excited about him. And then between Moss, Puka, Henderson. Here it's a little bit tougher. I think I'd go Moss over Henderson in a good matchup. Puka in a full BBR format, though, I'd probably play overall. I think we probably go Puka. It's tough with the Stafford injury, and Puka's not 100% himself. But I think we go ahead and we take Puka. Now, Anonymous says, pick 2, Christian Watson, Downs, Myers, and play Watson in case Downs is out. So Downs should play, but because Downs is banged up in the first place, and I think Christian Watson and Josh Downs are in a similar range, I think you can go ahead. I think you just play Christian Watson anyway. So yeah, let's go Watson and Myers. Not worried about Downs missing, but would be worried about him not being 100%. Now, Fluffy says, all my blank are on bye or injured. We have Henderson. We need one more between Tony Jones, Mike Boone, Salvador Ahmed, and Jarrett McKinnon. Well, my friend, I'm sorry. The Dolphins-Chiefs game is already kicked off. We're not going to be able to go through and play Ahmed or McKinnon. It's going to be down between Tony Jones and Mike Boone. We're going to go Mike Boone because I think he's going to be in a better offense between the two. Tony Jones Jr., I mean, really bad player, really bad offensive environment, really bad matchup. Like, not super excited about it. Okay. Now, Michael says, Addison, Downs, DJ Moore, or Amari. Second question, flex Addison or Downs. Last one, Puka or Pop Douglas. We're going to go Puka over Douglas. We're going to go Addison over Downs. And we're going to be going with Amari over Addison, Downs, DJ Moore. So go Amari with the first question, Addison with the second one, and Puka with the last one, my friend. Okay. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through and get ready for the main slate kickoff here, I will be getting into underdog drafts if anybody wants to hop into drafts with us. So I know a lot of y'all are already on Underdog Fantasy. Check out Pick'ems. And if you're not already on, you can still go get on Underdog. Check out any of these Pick'ems you want. My favorite Pick'ems this week are going to be the Terry McLaurin fewer than 63.5 receiving yards with Christian Watson more than 42.5 receiving yards. And if you use promo code FLOCK as well, you're going to get a Lamar Jackson special Pick'em more than less than half a total yard and a 100% deposit match plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. But also on Underdog, they have drafts at the same time. And if y'all don't know, I actually drafted over 700 teams, won $150,000 in Underdog drafts last year. Hence, one of the reasons why I love Underdog Fantasy Football. But yeah, I mean, here, these are weekly drafts. Full transparency, I won the $150,000 in season-long best ball tournaments. I got very lucky to do so. Don't think you're going to sign up for Underdog and win that amount of money. I promise you it's not going to happen. Or I'd be very, very close to promising you it's not going to happen. Of course, I can't say 100%, but it's not going to happen. But yeah, the drafts we're going to be hopping into here are going to be the Dog Bowl. This is the $25 buy-in where the first 3 places get the $10,000 minimum guaranteed prize and the ticket to Miami, a full paid trip to Miami for a live final with Underdog Fantasy. And yeah, there you have a chance at $1 million in prizes. The reason I'm getting in as many of these drafts as I can right now is it's a $25 buy-in. It is a 5,200 person tournament. And if you draft 10 or more teams, every team inside the top 2,000, you actually get $25 back. So with that kickback, I would say it's very plus EV to be going out here and hopping into this Underdog tournament in particular right now. Now let's move this over. Dizzle says, need 2 RBs, Hunt, James Cook, Darrell Henderson. We're going to go with, oh my gosh, we're going to go Hunt, James Cook. I mean, obviously I'm not excited about Cook, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Jared says, good morning, my man. Hope all is well. Start Goddard or Kincaid. We're going to go Kincaid. Great matchup against Cincy. Also got offered Ramondre for Michael Pittman. We're going to go Michael Pittman over Ramondre. And yes, Waddle is hurt. Doesn't look like it's super serious, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep you all updated on what's going on with Waddle here. I'm not going to be full-blown panicking. We'll see. Let me search on Twitter, see if we have any fantasy doctors saying anything about Jalen Waddle here. Okay. I can't find anything in terms of what people are saying this Waddle injury may lead to. Let me see one more time. He's got injured, grabbed his leg. Thing is, he looked like he got up on his own, right? He walked off on his own. Slight limp. But I'm not full-blown sitting here panicking. Now, Mario says, full point BBR splitting hairs. Hawkinson or Kincaid at tight end. Yeah, so I mean, I have these guys ranked back-to-back. I think rest of season, you may make an argument for Kincaid, given the fact that you will eventually get Jefferson back in this offense. But for the time being, when you have no Jefferson, and we've had the long track record of Hawkinson, I'm just going to go ahead and take Hawkinson. A to Z, always happy to see us. Says, hey, Mason, 10-team super flex, start 8. Got a future first, second for Pickett, Henderson, Wandale. Phenomenal trade. Love it. Yeah, because also, Ramondre Jacoby, we'll go Ramondre. But yeah, if you are looking at what we have with like a 10-team Superflex league, you're more so inclined to build around the ceiling rather than the floor. And you are going to have that ceiling there with the first round picks. And I would say at this point, and let me know if y'all think I am being unfair here. Do you think that Kenny Pickett has really any ceiling whatsoever in Dynasty when this is a quarterback that has had one game out of 20 career starts with more than one passing touchdown? Do y'all think he has any ceiling whatsoever? I think it'd be fine like in a 14-team super flex league where you're like, okay, I just need to know that my guy's going to start. But in a 10-team league where we're more so looking for the upside, I don't see it. Now, just let y'all know what we have done so far in this draft, ladies and gentlemen. I actually really like the way that this draft's gone so far. Like I said, this is just a weekly draft here. But we go Saquon Barkley here at pick 7. And then we go Adam Thielen at 18. Should be a unique combo in the overall draft as well, because typically you have Thielen going here at the end of round 1, the beginning of round 2, and Barkley pretty much never making it that far. So I think it will be a little bit of a unique combo having Barkley and Adam Thielen. I mean, when we take Barkley, what I've been doing a lot is taking him with Myers, making the bet that that game's a little higher scoring overall. And then when we take Thielen, of course, we can look at maybe like Josh Downs at the very end of this draft, right? Josh Downs typically does go in the very last round there. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Brendan says, flex Hollywood or Ramondre Stevenson. We're going to go ahead. I will play Ramondre Stevenson over Hollywood Brown. My friend, I mean, if you are looking at Hollywood Brown, and we pulled this up earlier in the live stream, but you have an implied team total now that Clayton Tune's the starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals of fewer than 13 points. Yeah, fewer than 13 points for this Arizona Cardinals offense. It's a horrible matchup against Cleveland. Obviously, that's a big reason why the implied team total is so low. But yeah, I just have no real appeal there at all. Now, Maverick coming out, thank you, says, good morning, Mason. Full BBR, would you trade Jacobs, Godwin, Judy for Adams, Nico? Godwin to Nico, lateral move up to you. Jacobs to Adams, probably give me Jacobs. I think that, I mean, Jacobs and his workload is just much harder to replace the running back position than what we'd be looking at with Adams. And then paying Judy, honestly, Judy's a nothing burger to me, but I would rather have the Jacobs side in general. Would you ask for another piece to be added to the Adams owner? Yeah, I would ask for definitely another piece. Just because, I mean, can everybody spam the live chat right now? Who would y'all rather have? Would y'all rather have Josh Jacobs or Devontae Adams rest of season? Josh Jacobs or Devontae Adams, please spam the chat. Because Godwin, Nico Collins is really up to you. I don't think it matters. Okay. Got Jacobs Jacobs. Yeah, it looks like everybody in the chat agreeing to go with Josh Jacobs here as well. Jacobs. Yeah, nobody's saying Adams. Yeah, I honestly, I was with Jacobs. He can still get there even with bad quarterback play. Now, it's going to be damn near impossible for Devontae Adams to get there with a bottom 3 quarterback play in the NFL, but Jacobs theoretically could if he just continues to have 20 touches a game, right? Which is a possibility. God, my legs are so sore, but it feels like a good soreness. I don't know if anybody follows me on Instagram, but we put it out. I've ran like 3 marathons in the past 3 to 4 weeks. Like not like breaking up a marathon. No, just like continuous marathons. I ran a marathon 2 days ago, and I'm getting to the point where it like doesn't even really hurt that much, and it just like makes my muscles sore and feels good. Okay. Fernando says Waddle questionable with the left knee. Yeah, Waddle, saw him standing there on the sideline talking with the coaching staff. I mean, I would say Mike McDaniel probably has to be at least my favorite NFL coach this year. Like, at least in my mind, I would like how I would put it is Mike McDaniel looks like the guy that was maybe a little nerdy in high school, but 10 years later turns out to be cooler than anybody else there, you know? And he is the freaking dude. Like, I love Mike McDaniel. Kevin Pye says, today's Odell's birthday, and Lamar talked him up about getting him a touchdown. Is he flex worthy over JSN? This is something that I think a lot of people have issues with. And I please listen to me. I'm an idiot, and I fully understand that. However, there's something that I'm pretty confident in that we never should be going out of our way and saying, it is player X's birthday, so let's get excited about him. It is Odell's birthday, so that means we start Odell Beckham Jr. No, that logic is extremely faulty. Please do not go down that road, my friend, and do not make a decision based off something that's completely arbitrary. Now, or arbitrary is probably the wrong word, probably irrelevant. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And, oh, dear God, in that draft, we need to make a pivot quick. Oh, we just panic picked. Yeah, okay, so let me show y'all what's happening in that draft. And we will hop into another draft if y'all want to get in an underdog draft with us. I'm going to be drafting these teams all the way until kickoff. But, yeah, we had Saquon, Thielen, Hawkinson through the first 3 rounds. I was planning on going Gardner Minshew here, and then we were going to go Downs, Jacoby Myers to end off this draft. But Gardner Minshew goes. I was looking at the live chat, and then I pulled it back up with about 5 seconds left. So what I should have done is I should have just gone ahead and I should have taken Josh Downs here at 42 to guarantee that we were going to get him for the bring back for this Carolina stack. But instead, we panicked. We picked Bryce Young instead. We still probably can get Josh Downs on the way back around, right? We'll see. And one thing is, why the hell are the Colts playing at 3 p.m., you know? Tyrone says, if Rashee Rice was quicker, he would have been another Tyreek with Mahomes. My man, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I just, please never compare players like that. Like, this is like whenever you're in the NFL draft process and there's like a quarterback that goes in round 5 and they go, hey, if they have the work ethic, this may be the next Tom Brady. It's like, no. There's no reason we can ever compare someone like that until we see seasons of production. But yeah, not saying that. But yeah, I mean, why do we have them playing in Carolina at 3 p.m.? Very interesting. This may be the first non-noon game we've had in Carolina in quite some time. Okay. Let's move this over. And you kidding coming out says, full BBR Puka or Higgins? If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I would have said, let's go ahead and let's take Puka. But now that you have no Matthew Stafford, and Puka himself is banged up, I'm probably going to go ahead and play T. Higgins. My only hesitation with Higgins is Higgins didn't play the full amount of snaps last week. Like, Higgins himself is banged up. But ultimately, that shouldn't matter too much here, right? It's probably not. Probably not. Okay. So, yeah, let's go Higgins if both wide receivers are banged up and Higgins is in a better offense and a better game environment. Kuzi says, if Stafford sits, do sit Kupp and Puka. I sit Puka if we have an option like T. Higgins. I do not sit Cooper Kupp. And Matthew Stafford will be sitting. You will have no Stafford this week. Jordan says, full BBR, start 10. Start Gabe Davis or Lockett. We're going to go Gabe Davis. Very tough matchup for Lockett. And then Njoku or Komet. We're going to go ahead. We will take Njoku over Komet. Very good matchup against Arizona. And you have Watson good to go. But you have Waddle back out there, ladies and gentlemen. You have Waddle with the end around. God, the Miami Dolphins offense is just so fun. Okay, and in this draft, we are going to go ahead and we will take Jacoby Myers to get someone that's not getting drafted in every one of these. Kind of like some unique players down here at the bottom. So we're going to pair up Myers with Saquon Barkley to bet on that game. And then we are also going to be most likely going Josh Downs to bet on the Carolina Indy game as well. Okay. Yeah, Waddle's back in and Waddle's making plays. Michael says Downs, Chuba, or Dotson. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Chuba Hubbard. Like, I really don't have much hesitation in playing Chuba Hubbard. And that if you are looking at him, this is a running back that should get the majority of the work in his set offense. And at the same time, it's a pretty good game environment where the over-under of this game is actually pretty high. Now, Only Fantasy Card says, play Puka with no Stafford or roll with Tank Dell. I would go Puka with no Stafford over Tank Dell. I think that he's about in that range, right? It is really tough. It is really tough, though. Let me see what the underdog pick'em is with Puka. Because whenever we screen recorded this, they did not have a pick'em out because the Stafford injury was uncertain at that point. Okay. Puka's at 55.5 receiving yards on Underdog. If you look at this, you have Puka at 55.5 receiving yards. You have Dell at... What the hell? I have never seen this before on Underdog, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually not joking. Y'all need to take advantage of this right now. They have Dell for 45.5 receiving yards, but 54.5 total yards. This would be a great spot for a spread bet. To go through and take a couple pick'ems with Tank Dell for more than 45.5 receiving yards. And then a couple other pick'ems with Tank Dell for fewer than 54.5 total yards. I've never seen the spread be that much. Usually there's only a spread of maybe 1 to 2 points between receiving and total yardage. I mean, 1 to 2 yards. That is a very interesting thing to look at. Let me see if we can take advantage of that right now. So here, we're going to actually take advantage of that right now. So I'm going to show you how I would do this. We're going to go with Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards. We want to correlate that. So we're also going to be going with Jordan Love for more than 212 passing yards. We're just going to go $10 to win 60. And then we're going to do the exact opposite here with Tank Dell as well. So we're going to do that same thing. We're going to go Jordan Love for more than 212. Christian Watson more than 42.5. And then we're going to go Dell with fewer than on his total yardage mark. And that's going to be 10 to win 60. There we go. Because there is an outside chance that both those could hit. I mean, if you end up getting like 50 receiving yards for Tank Dell, that is a beautiful spot to take advantage of. And of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat description comment section. It's where we're also getting into these drafts at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a team that we just drafted for the Dog Bowl tournament on Underdog. Saquon, running back. Hawkinson, tight end. Bryce Young, quarterback. Then Thielen, Jacoby down. So we have our correlation in with the Giants-Raiders game with Saquon Barkley, Jacoby Myers, the Panthers, Colts game with Thielen, Young, and Josh Downs. But yeah, if y'all want to get in a draft with us, we're going to get in another one right now. Or if you wanted to go check out any of those pick'ems, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Lamar Jackson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. So make sure take advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Anthony says 12-team PBR, pick 2 to start. Ramondre, Henderson, Freeman, Singletary. And also have been hearing to even start Zach Moss. Is Downs a smart start at receiver? We're going to go Ramondre and Singletary here. If you wanted to play Moss over Singletary, you can. And then with Downs in this range, I'm definitely playing Ramondre over Downs, right? Tough spot. Now, Abiel says, Puka, White, Amari, Hubbard at the flex, full PPR. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take, oh my gosh. It's either Amari Cooper or Rashad White. I think you can probably go Amari now that you have Deshaun Watson good to go. Not only do you have Watson good to go, but obviously this is a very good matchup at the same time against the Cardinals. Now, Dominic says start Lockett or Puka. Can everybody spam the chat? Are you going to go Puka or Lockett? Lockett, obviously, great week last week. Lockett has the much tougher matchup. Lockett is the better quarterback play, however. Y'all going to go Puka or Lockett? Please spam the chat. Let me know. Puka, Lockett, Puka, Lockett. Lockett, Lockett. Puka, Lockett. It does look like most people are going to go Lockett over Puka. Not going to fault you at all for it. I think you can go Lockett over Puka. Okay. So we've been watching the game, but obviously doing a bunch of other stuff as well. So let me pull up the actual box score of this game, see what matters fantasy. So yeah, essentially nobody's done anything in Miami. Yeah, the receiving touchdown for Rashee Rice, but outside of that, they've been spreading the ball out. Nobody's really done much in KC outside of that one touchdown. It's crazy. And I want to flex on everybody. Like I said, Rashee Rice was my most drafted wide receiver this year in Underdog Best Ball drafts. But with that being said, I want to be honest. I feel like we've gotten very lucky with Rashee Rice's production so far. Actually, it's not been that bad. For whatever reason, I was assuming that Rashee Rice had a more unsustainable touchdown rate than he does. I thought Rashee Rice had scored more touchdowns than this, to be honest. But no, Rashee Rice is hovering around a 10% touchdown rate, which will come down slightly. It's not like it's super unsustainable, though, in a great offense. Okay. now. Sorry, trying to figure out what we're going to do over here. Okay. Now, L Maverick says, big one for the flex, Myers or Hunt. Full PPR format, I'll probably go Myers. If it's a non-PPR league, we'll go Hunt. It is a very good matchup for Kareem Hunt. I drafted a lot of Hunt, so I do hope that I am wrong here. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if you are looking at what we have with Kareem Hunt, this is a running back that has benefited from having an unsustainable touchdown rate. Like if we're going to go ahead and look at what we've had from Kareem Hunt with this touchdown so far this year. Kareem Hunt's had 4 touchdowns off of 46 carries. He's had almost a 10% touchdown rate with his carry volume, which is no way in hell that can keep up. Hope it does, but it can't. And then also he's had 8 targets this season, so he's not really being involved as a receiver. He's averaging 3.4 yards per carry. He's living off an unsustainable touchdown rate. So I'm not going to be super, super high on Hunt. Non-PPR format, we go with them and we send up a prayer because he can't score a touchdown against the Arizona Cardinals, right? But full PPR league, I think we probably go Myers. Now, Alejandro says Stevenson or Ford for the flex. I really do like the matchup that we have for Ford going up against Arizona. Stevenson also has a decent spot going up against Washington. And at the same time, if you are looking at Stevenson, this is a running back that will be involved as a receiver. They are 3.5-point favorites. I believe his underdog pick'em's like at 70.5 total yards. Let's see what they have here on underdog between the two. Let's go Ford. They have Ford at 65.5 total yards. Stevenson, they have at 73.5 total. So yeah, I mean, they have Stevenson over Ford as well, my friend. Okay. Now, Joey says, if I traded Dillon for Dotson, would you start Dotson over Dell? It's a 16-team league. Running backs are hard to find. I would say you can make an argument and you could go back and forth between Dotson and Dell when you have no Curtis Samuel here, but in reality, I'm probably not super excited to do so, right? I think it's just up to you. They're in the same tier. So am I wanting to go out there and am I wanting to trade Dillon to go get another wide receiver in the same tier? Probably not. You can if you want. I just don't necessarily think we're super excited about it. Now, Kuski says Downs is on a snap count. Let me go ahead and see if we can find that news, my friend. Where the hell are you getting that? If Josh Downs on a snap count, then, oh, dear God. Bad news for us. Sorry, I'm seeing if we can find any more injury news here. I don't see where Josh Downs on a snap count. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have anything for you here. Downs is, from what I'm looking at, no, not on a snap count. Definitely think we want to be using his knee injury as a tiebreaker in spots, right? Michael says PBR, Keenan for Walker and Garrett Wilson. Running backs are Ramadre and Jacobs. Keenan for Walker, Garrett Wilson. I think you can go get Walker and Garrett Wilson here. I mean, clearly Kenneth Walker would be an upgrade. Over what we have with Ramadre Stevenson. With that being said, we are downgrading at receiver pretty heavily here. So I'd say if it's a league where maybe it's like a 12-team double flex format or maybe like a 14-team league, 16-team league where depth's really going to matter, then sure, let's go out there and let's look to make a play like that. However, if it's like a 2 wide receiver single flex format, you probably want the best player, probably want Keenan. Now, Brian says non-BBR flex, Puka, Downs, Chuba, Singletary. Thank you. Thank you. Non-BBR format. Let's go with the running back with the workload in a pretty good spot. Let's go ahead and let's play Chuba Hubbard. Shady says Cup for Saquon and Adam Thielen. Very fair deal. Yeah, if you needed some wins right now and you were worried about the Stafford injury in the short term, I think you could trade Cup for Saquon and Thielen. Connor says full BBR, we got to start one between Puka, Henderson, or Dalton Kincaid. I will go Puka. I mean, with Dalton Kincaid, love the dude. Really excited to start him at tight end. I think his value over replacement at tight end will be significant. However, I mean, we don't really like him just from his raw points per game, right? I mean, his raw points per game isn't necessarily the reason why we are going to go through and why we will be looking to play him. So, yeah, I would say if you have Kincaid and you're asking like a question, should I put Dalton Kincaid in the flex? The correct answer is like, okay, well, whoever our other tight end is, we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to be selling that other tight end to get an upgrade elsewhere, right? At least in my mind. Dale says, love you, Mason. Love you, my man. Currently 5-3. We have Hubbard, Dotson, Dell, JSN. Who do we flex? Also, Stroud or Carr this week? We're going to go Carr over Stroud this week, given the great matchup he has going up against the Bears. And then between Hubbard, Dotson, Dell, JSN, we're just going to play Chuba Hubbard. I mean, I really don't have too many concerns with Hubbard. It seems like it's pretty much locked in that he's going to be the 3-down back here. And at the same time, it should be a game where it's a higher scoring contest overall, at least based off what Las Vegas sportsbooks are telling us. So, yeah, I'm completely fine going out there making that move. Okay. Now, for us, as Puka or Godwin, still very undecided. I think we will go Godwin over Puka, because the thing with Puka is not only are you going to be dealing with his own injury, but at the same time, you have to add on the fact that you're also going to be dealing with, not only do you have to deal with Stafford being out, but you also have to deal with his own injury as well. So there are multiple reasons why I think we should be avoiding that. Now, Brian says 10-team non-PBR, 6-2. We have Tua, Herbert, Diggs, St. Brown, Puka, Deontay, Downs, Pollard, Mixon, Montgomery, Kyron, HN, Laporta, Kincaid. Any moves? Phenomenal team here, especially built around running back. I'd say when we have this level of depth, makes a lot of sense to just wait one more week. Wait until we do eventually get back the combination of Sam Laporta from bye, Devon Achane from injury, Kyron Williams from injury, David Montgomery from his injury/bye. But once we get all these players back in, then at that point, I would say you have so much freaking depth on this team where we can do a couple different things. One, I mean, we can go out there and trade for a top 3 quarterback. You could go ahead and you could look to see if we could sell maybe like Deontay Johnson and Tua and go get maybe Josh Allen, go get Mahomes, go get Jalen Hurts. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you could also look to go through and backfill and sell maybe one of those running backs such as, I don't know, maybe Kyron Williams and Dalton Kincaid once we have Laporta through his bye week, and go get an elite level wide receiver. Go try to get someone that you would project out to be a borderline top 5 receiver rest of season. Great team. Now, Corey says, which two do we play out of DJ Moore, Demario Douglas, and Josh Downs? I'm going to go Moore and Downs if you are not worried about the Downs injury. If you are worried about the Downs injury and you really wanted to pivot over to Douglas off of Downs, then sure, you can. But yeah, my plan is for sure going to be DJ Moore there. DJ Moore. Okay. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Landon says, flex one, full BBR, Chuba, Moss, Douglas, or Jason. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Chuba Hubbard. Like I said, no real hesitations here if we are looking at this offense. Jeff says, happy BBR, Puka or Brian Robinson. Thank you. Thank you. I will go Puka over Brian Robinson. With Robinson, I mean, just consistently losing his role. I mean, really just living off of touchdowns. I don't know how sustainable that is in the long term here. Now, Jim Bin says, who to start this week? PPR, Ferguson or Thomas, Douglas or Dotson? We're going to go Ferguson over Thomas. We're going to go Dotson over Douglas. And then the Falcons, Chargers, or Packers defense. I think all defensive options would be phenomenal. Let me go ahead and look up what their matchups are next week. Obviously, all these guys have great matchups this week. But maybe if, say, you have back-to-back matchups for one, we could go with them. That way we have that sorted out next week as well. So the Packers will play the Steelers next week, and that is whatever. The Chargers will play the Lions, so they're probably not startable. And the Falcons will get the Cardinals. So if you wanted to go Atlanta against Minnesota, where it is a pretty good matchup, of course, with the Minnesota Vikings having no Kirk Cousins, I think you could do that if you wanted. Now, Joey says, stash Michael Wilson with Kyler coming back in a 16-team league. Yeah, sure you can. Michael Wilson not going to play this week, but hopefully he's fully healthy next week. 16-team league, then yes, of course, because obviously options on the waiver wire are slim. Now, Chase says, flex, happy BR, pick one. Addison, Davis, Ford, Singletary. I will go ahead. I'll probably still play Jordan Addison. Obviously, we are very much concerned about this offense overall. But the bonus that you get with Jordan Addison is you have a consistent target share from a top level talent. Right? Where, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, we can't really say that about any of these other players. Davis is in a much better offense, but the target share isn't really consistent. He's not the same talent as Jordan Addison. Once we get Jefferson back in, you're not as guaranteed with the targets. I think that at that point, we could pivot over and we could say, we probably go and avoid Addison and play maybe someone like Davis instead. But for this week, when he has the targets coming in his direction, we can't start him. Brian says, 10-team non-PBR trade value for HN. Our deadline's in 2 weeks. So if I'm going to pull up the community rankings that we have on flockfantasy.com for Devon HN here, this is a great way for you to just go see what, I mean, if you're looking to trade a player, how the community currently values them. Like, you can go ahead and look at what we have. Flockfantasy.com, just go to the rankings tab. And this is free, by the way, for everybody. We have paid stuff on flockfantasy.com as well. But essentially, if you go to the rankings portion, then it's going to ask you to go through and rank how you'd want these guys. I'd probably go Fields, Pickens, Purdy, Sutton. I'm going to submit that. Then it's going to give us that data point on the back end where then we're able to go through and we're able to create these community rankings for everybody, showing how y'all value players currently with the overall market. I think we've almost had 100,000 contributions to these community rankings so far. And it's been live for maybe like 7-8 days, which has been awesome. I mean, if we're going to look at this with Devon Achane currently, Devon Achane is currently at 23 overall. He is directly ahead of Lamar, Adam Thielen, Devontae Adams, Joe Mixon, and directly behind DeAndre Swift, Cup, Taylor, Breece Hall. So hopefully that gives you an idea about the range that you'd be looking at with Achane. Okay. Ben says this game is a stinker so far. I mean, yeah, the Chiefs have gone through and they've scored, I mean, essentially 2 touchdowns, obviously one of them being called back. But like 2 touchdowns within the first 5 minutes of the game, if that. And then since then, we've had not much. Danny says, don't need help. Just want to let you know you're the GOAT. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Corey says, Trey McBride or Gerald Everett. I will go McBride over Everett. Obviously not excited about this offense this week in a very tough matchup against Cleveland, but it is what it is. Now, Brett says, Team 1 non-PBR, Henderson or Aaron Jones? We'll go ahead and take Aaron Jones. And then wide receiver 2, Smith, Puka, or DJ Moore. Probably going to go Smith in a non-PBR format if we were just chasing the highest ceiling possible. And then team 2, Puka, Singletary, or Lockett. I will go with Lockett over Puka and Singletary. Puka over Lockett and Singletary. Romaster says this game is trash. My thing is, and I know maybe I'm going to sound like an ass to say this, is if we're sending games over to Europe, like I'm fine with it, right? Do we need to give them a Chiefs-Dolphins game? Do they realistically need that? Like, can we not instead just go through and maybe send them, I don't know, the Colts Panthers, right? I mean, obviously, these teams traveling this much, it is going to mess up the game. The game is going to be a lower quality regardless. I know they want big names. Like last year, remember they had Brady. This year, they're getting Mahomes. Can we not give him Gardner Minshew? That's honestly what I prefer to do. Okay, but Uncle Drew says Hubbard, Brian Robinson, Hockenson, Osborne, Christian Watson. We got to pick 2. I'm going to go Chububber with a guaranteed workload for sure. And then I honestly will probably go TJ Hockenson over Christian Watson. I really would rather not play a tight end in the flex spot if we can avoid it. I just don't necessarily know if we can avoid it in this instance. I think you probably have to go in that direction. But Anthony, always happy to see you. My guy says, out of Hockenson, Kincaid, Addison, Downs, Nico, and JSN, who would we play at wide receiver 2, tight end, and flex? It's a full BBR league. By the way, thank you for talking me out of starting Levis over Minshew. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my friend. So tight end, we're going to go Hockenson. I really do like Kincaid. It's definitely a possibility that Kincaid's better than Hockenson this week with the difference that we have in their respective offenses. And with it being a great matchup for Dalton Kincaid, I mean, the Bengals have allowed a ton of points so far this season to opposing tight ends. But Hockenson, I mean, still has no Jefferson in this offense and has the track record. Then wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Jordan Addison over Nico Collins and Josh Downs and JSN, which is very scary because we are now doubling down on this very bad offense. But we're probably going to go Hockenson, Addison, and then between, say, Kincaid, Nico, JSN, for the flex, I think we will go ahead and we'll play Nico Collins. Nico Collins has been very frustrating in that it just seems like every single week I get the guy wrong. Like in the weeks where he blows up, I'm too low on him. In the weeks where he does nothing, I'm too high on him. So it is frustrating, but probably something we're doing. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on 1,000 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. I mean, we have live streamed every single day at this point for 191 days in a row. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to drop a like on the live stream, please make sure you do it now. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Lamar Jackson special pick'em more than less than half a total yards. So make sure you take advantage of that. Some of my favorite pick'ems right now are going to be Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards, and Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5 as well. Okay. Let's move this over to. Lemmy says, Kincaid or Hawkinson? I'm going to be going with Hawkinson over Kincaid. Luke says, Ramondre or Hunt? I'm going to go with Ramondre over Hunt in a full PPR format, even if I drafted way more Hunt than Ramondre this year. And I am hoping that I'm wrong. I'm hoping that Hunt is better. I just think touchdowns probably come down. Michael says, Puka or JSN? We'll go Puka. Mackline says, Ramondre or Darrell Henderson? I'm going to go Ramondre. Floated says, James Cook or G. Butler? This is a close call. This one is tough. I mean, let me pull up and see if we have any additional news on if Leonard Fournette will be active or not. Because if you have no Fournette, then still James Cook's just going to be in a two-man running back by committee. But if Fournette plays, then it can be a three-man running back by committee. We're much less excited about it. Can everybody let me know in the live chat, have you all seen if Leonard Fournette's going to play or not? And please let me know in the chat, is Fournette playing? Yeah, I can't find anything here. The only thing I can find on Twitter is the crazy picks regarding Leonard Fournette, just looking jacked as hell. Yeah, I don't see if anybody in the chat's telling us if he's playing or not. I don't know. I think you have to wait until we see if Fournette plays or not before we figure out James Cook or Chuba. I mean, obviously, Chuba plays later in the day, so maybe we have that clarity by the time we make that call. Now, Christopher says, PBR, her net RB2 this week. We're going to go Keontae Ingram or Zach Charbonnet. Brutal spot, my friend. Keontae Ingram just going to be in a horrendous offense overall. But we still probably go ahead. We probably still play Keontae Ingram over Zach Charbonnet in a very bad matchup, in a very bad offense. I don't necessarily know if we can get away from it. But Connor says, Ramondre, Watson, Singletary. We need to start 2 and drop 1. I'm going to start Ramondre, and then between Singletary, Watson, I would maybe rather start Singletary this week, but rest of season, I'd rather have Watson. So if we're going to have to drop someone here, I probably would rather drop Singletary, even if it means we take a small hit in our starting lineup, because there is that outside chance that Christian Watson's a better option than Devin Singletary this week. It's not like I'm fully sold in here on Singletary, and that ultimately, at the end of the day, is still a running back that's probably going to be splitting with Mike Boone, right? So I don't know how excited we can be. But debating. Do I try to eat right now or do I wait to try to eat? Eric says Fournette will not be active. He's still on the practice squad. Okay, so if Fournette's not active and still on the practice squad, then I think you can go ahead and you start James Cook. That's what I thought. Just wanted to confirm. But yeah, we're going to hold out. I mean, it's 10:30. My body's time, obviously 9:30 real time, given daylight savings. I will say that I absolutely love that once a year during the football season, we get the extra hour to sleep in and wake up a little bit later. Even if we have to jump ahead, it's the off season for me. So hell, it doesn't matter. I mean, I can wake up whenever I want during the off season. So it works out perfectly. Like today I get that extra hour of sleep. I'm chilling. Still a little tired, but nonetheless, much better than we otherwise would be. And yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful spot. Now let's move this over. James says, nourish yourself, Mason. We'll need you later. Yeah, should we? Yeah, probably. Do we want an RX bar? I have some beef patties. Do I just want to warm those up? Let me finish this draft here. Let's finish this draft. We'll let this auto real quick. I'm going to run through something in the microwave. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, I am back. I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Mike says, full BBR, we need a flex. Quentin Johnson or Demario Douglas. I will go Douglas here. I mean, typically I've been telling people to avoid Douglas, even if he is in a great matchup against Washington. I'm still not super excited about just the fact that he's in a bad offense. He's not a great player. I understand that he has the target volume and he did great last week, but not a big time believer. But on the other end of Quentin Johnston, at least we've seen something from Douglas where we've seen literally nothing from Johnston. God, this is good. Okay. Now, Johnny says, due to the buy and injury options, my RB2 is either Darrell Henderson or Singletary. Who are we going to start? Now that we have no Stafford and we know that the Texans offense should be much better than what we have with the Rams offense, I'll probably go ahead and play Devin Singletary. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, at this point, if you are looking at this, they're both going to be in running back by committees. Singletary probably splitting with Boone. Henderson splitting with Royce. You're not super excited about either one of their talent profiles, so you probably just want to go with the player in the better offense, right? Or at least I would. Colin says, half the team on bye, Chuba or Henderson at the flex. I'm going to go Chuba. I think Chuba's in the better offense. And at the same time, if you are looking at Chuba, we're going to be involved in my mind, a larger capacity as well. I think, honestly, Henderson splits the backfield more than Chuba does, at least based on what we saw last week. That was delicious. Okay. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming out from Jerma, who says 6-2 at BBR, playing the other 6-2 team for first this week. Conflicted on wide receiver 2 in a flex. We have Herbert, Chase, Cup, JT Moss, Godwin, Myers, Puka. Wide receiver 2, yep, play Cup. For the flex between Godwin, Myers, Puka, I think we are just going to go ahead. We will play Chris Godwin. I mean, I would have played Puka if Stafford was good to go, but we know Stafford. I think we pivot over. Bench Puka. Still view him as a long-term option, right? But great team. Great team. And we had a big play from Sky Moore. And Wombly says start Dobbs, Dotson, JSN. We're going to go Dotson. And then Pitts or Kmet. We'll go Pitts over Kmet. I think Pitts maybe is a little bit more appealing even. Now that you're in a situation where, hell, I mean, yep, have no London. You'd imagine that they do use Pitts a little bit more, or at least I would imagine, I would hope so. We're just going to be wrong. Now, Dominican says, full of BBR, start 1, Mingo, Shaheed, or Romeo Dobbs. I am going to go Dobbs. I know most people here go Shaheed because Shaheed had the great week last week. And while Shaheed did have the blow up with the long touchdowns, of course, still, I don't know how excited I am about it, considering the fact this is a player that had 3 targets, right? I'm still not trusting Shaheed. Brian says 3 receivers rest of season you go after that would actually trade away the next 2 weeks. Someone would actually, okay, so like you're asking like, who is a distressed asset that we could possibly actually trade for? If that's the question here, if you wanted to go out and see if you could send a move and make a move and go get like Devontae Adams, go get Chris Olave, go get those wide receivers that were perceived to be studs going into the season, but for one reason or another have been disappointing so far. I think that is something you could do. Now, Jerick McKinnon touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. Chiefs up 14-0. This game's getting out of hand. The Dolphins have not looked good. Actually, there's a flag. Never mind. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. Now, Crypto Raptor says, pick 2. Okay, it was a defensive penalty decline, McKinnon touchdown. Crypto Raptor says, pick 2, Puka, Watson, Downs, Chuba, full PPR. We're going to go Chuba for sure for one of these spots. Then between Watson, Puka, Downs, honestly, it is going to be up to you. I think I could kind of go back and forth here. I want to say Christian Watson. The correct answer is probably just to go Puka. Now, Pai Tai says, pick 1, Myers, Davis, or Watson. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Jacoby Myers in a full PPR format. Gabe Davis in a non-PPR league. It's obviously non-PPR. We're a little more concerned about big plays and touchdowns. Cole says, need some advice and value your opinion. Pick 2, Nico, Zay, Gabe Davis, Jerome Ford, and Christian Watson in a half PPR format. We're going to go ahead. We are most likely going to be playing both Nico Collins and Zay Flowers. Going back to what we were discussing previously, I do think that Gabe Davis has a higher ceiling than these guys if you want. So if you wanted to say, okay, well, Mason, I'm a big time dog. I need someone that's going to be in a very high scoring offense and a very high scoring game. If you wanted to maybe go through and look to bench like, I don't know, Nico Collins and play Gabe Davis, and sure, you do you. I think we just take the wide receivers, the guaranteed target volume. I think we go Nico Collins and Zay Flowers. Now, Brody says, happy BR pick 2, Puka, Addison, Higgins, and Flowers. I'm going to be going with Flowers and Addison this week. I think we definitely slide Higgins in here long term. My hesitation is that with Higgins, he didn't play all the snaps last week. It looks like he's maybe not 100%. So I don't know how excited I am to go out there and just rush in T. Higgins. Now, C. Johnson says 12-team PPR, single flex, one wide receiver. Nico, Godwin, Addison, James Cook, and Josh Downs. I think we're going to go with the combo of Chris Godwin and then your call between Addison, Nico Collins. Just for sure, make sure you are playing Godwin. For sure, make sure you are benching Josh Downs with him dealing with the knee. And then Collins, Addison, I think that you could say, well, maybe you want to go Addison this week as we're sitting here and we are waiting for Justin Jefferson to come back in. And then long term, potentially we want to go ahead and we want to be taking Nico Collins once Jefferson is in this offense. I don't want to be on record like I'm very worried about this offense. I'm very worried about this team in general. Anthony says, hey, what's up? Enjoyed the show. Thank you, my friend. 6-2, full BBR. Flex Pittman or Downs, McBride or Ferguson. We're going to go Pittman over Downs, and then we're going to go Ferguson over McBride. And the DST, we're going to go between the Falcons, Vikings, Jets, Eagles. We're going to go with the Falcons in a very good matchup against a horrendous offense in Minnesota this week. Now, Anthony says, hey, what's up? No, I'm sorry. Our next question coming out from C-Dog says, Dell or Chuba Hubbard? So Dell is a little bit more appealing. Now that you have no Robert Woods in this game, obviously you can give him a bump up with his projected target share, but I still think we want to go ahead. We want to take Chuba Hubbard. We want to take the 3-down back, right? So I'm going to go with Chuba Hubbard, even if you are in a situation where Tank Dell is in a pretty good spot. I mean, but Chuba Hubbard's a 3-down back. He's in a game that should be high scoring as well. I like it. Now, Russell says, drop Shaheed or Dell for Pop Douglas. I'll drop Shaheed for Douglas if you wanted. 2-6, 12-team BBR format. Addison, Cup, McLaurin as well. Yes, you're not starting Douglas regardless. But I think if you wanted to make an argument that maybe Douglas has more long-term upside based on the injury to Kendrick Bourne, yada, 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 then sure, you can go ahead and make said argument. My hesitation on what I have with Shaheed is, let's go through and let's pull up Shaheed's game log. So I know Shaheed's been great, and honestly, I drafted a lot of Shaheed in best ball drafts. So I'm excited about the week that we had from Shaheed last week. I hope he has more of them. But Shaheed had 3 targets. 6, 4, 2, 7, 2, 6, 8, 3 targets. He's had 38 targets in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games. So he's averaging about 4.5 targets a game. That's including when Chris Olave got injured earlier in the season. That's including when they did not have Alvin Kamara as a receiving option here either. So yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and just say Shaheed, while he does give you the random spike weeks, without an injury to either Michael Thomas or Chris Olave, it's very hard to imagine how we ever go through and we ever see a big time bump, like where we can confidently start Shaheed regardless, you know. Now, Brendan coming out with the donation. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Now, Big Lee says Tyler Lockett or Jahan Dotson for my flex. So, I mean, if you are looking at Dotson coming off a great week in his own right, Andy has no Curtis Samuel. My issue with Dotson is, like, we saw Dotson do literally nothing for 8 weeks of the season. Like, at points, pictures of him being the placeholder at practice were going viral. So I'm going to have a hard time from going like, okay, John Dotson is literally a nobody to Jahan Dotson as someone we're excited to start. I mean, I think we can go ahead and just take Tyler Lockett here. Now, Dipset US says, Downs or Charbonnet, we're going to go Downs. Happy BR or waiver wire dudes such as Freeman or Wandale, we're going to go Downs. Thanks for everything, my dude. Love the insights. Keep grinding. Thank you. I mean, obviously, it's a little frustrating with Josh Downs playing at 3 and being questionable. But all the reports that we've had as of late are making it sound as if we should have him good to go. So if he should play, I think we just go ahead and say, oh, okay, well, let's put him in. You know, I mean, Zach Charbonnet is in a horrendous matchup. Zach Charbonnet dealing with his own injury. I do think we can use the injury as a tiebreaker for Josh Downs to go with other players in a similar tier. But my thing is, like, nobody's in said similar tier here with Josh Downs, at least in this range. Now, Jerma says 5-3 full BBR with 3 starting receivers, 1 flex. We have Burrow, Mixon, Moss, A.J. Brown, Myers, Puka, Goddard, Downs. Bench full of buys/injuries. And Michael Thomas. Is there hope? Yes, I think there's hope. Obviously, it's a team dealing with a considerable amount of injuries right now with like Downs, Puka in the starting lineup. It is a little frustrating. But I mean, whenever you have pieces of elite level offenses, such as Mixon, such as Burrow, such as A.J. Brown, such as Dallas Goedert, I mean, the ceiling that you have from week to week perspective is high enough where we can say there's always hope. Always hope here. Now, Uncle Drew says Lockett, Downs, Watson, Osborne. Half PPR. We need 2. No way, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs pick 6, fumble, touchdown. I'm sorry, not pick 6. Fumble return, fumble 6. The player that recovered the fumble was about to get tackled, then lateraled it to someone else who took it about 60 yards to the house. Unbelievable there. Yeah, was that Tyreek who fumbled? Yeah, Tyreek fumbled. Tyreek was about to tackle the guy who picked it up. Lateraled it to the teammate running by. Chiefs up 21-zip. Freaking crazy. But Lockett, Downs, Watson, Osborne. We need 2. Lockett for sure. Downs, Watson. Going to be up to you and what you expect with this Downs injury. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather play? Would you rather play Christian Watson or Josh Downs? Christian Watson or Josh Downs, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know. We got 1 vote for Downs, 2 votes for Downs. Okay, I don't see anybody saying Watson. We only had 2 people say Downs, though, so not looking at a super large sample. We got Watson coming in. I think it really comes down to what you think about the Josh Downs injury, my friend. Tanner says, are you worried about the Dolphins' rushing offense? Well, let's pull this up for the Dolphins, because I hate to be this guy, but I know a lot of people were talking about this a few weeks back whenever they lost to the Eagles. But let's look at who the Dolphins have beat this year. The Chargers week 1, barely. They beat the Patriots twice, the Broncos, the Giants, and the Panthers. The 3 good teams that the Dolphins have played. The Chargers, maybe you want to call the Chargers a good team. I mean, the Chargers have a losing record right now, so. The teams with a winning record that the Dolphins have played are the Bills, the Eagles, the Chiefs. None of those games were competitive. So then, I mean, the question, like, should I be worried about the Dolphins' rushing offense? Is more so, should I be worried about the Dolphins? And I guess maybe in these games where they're going up against other top teams, it is tougher to feel super confident. Now, South says 2 receivers, 1 flex, 1 tight end. We have Kupp, Flowers, Puka, Hawkinson, Kincaid. Tight end, give me Hockenson over Kincaid. And we will start all 3 wide receivers over Kincaid for the flex. So we will bench Kincaid. I do really like Kincaid. I'm excited about him this week, and I would like to play him at tight end. But when we have this other great tight end like Hockenson, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher. I definitely think that when you have Kincaid here, we can afford to go out there and sell one of these tight ends. Maybe go sell Hockenson and Puka and get an elite wide receiver 1 right, and then we can play Kincaid rest of season. Now, Cranabo says, full BBR, Downs or Dell? Downs kind of banged up. For that reason, I'd be fine if you wanted to go Dell, because Dell, at the same time, you have no Robert Woods. Earlier in the week, I definitely would have said Downs. Now I think it's much tougher. Now I think it is up to you. Now, Mark says 2 running backs, 2 flexes. Full BBR, Cook, Edwards, Moss, Madison, Wandale, and Downs. 2 running backs, we're going to be going James Cook, Gus Edwards. Our 2 flexes, we're going to go Zach Moss, Josh Downs. We're going to bench Alexander Madison, and we're going to bench Wandale Robinson. Garrett says Michael Thomas or Jahan Dotson today. Ooh, interesting question. I think you could kind of go back and forth here if you really wanted to. I kind of want to tell you to go through and play We're going to go Michael Thomas. I think a lot of people will say Jahan Dotson because you have no Curtis Samuel. But I think the offense is going to be significantly better in New Orleans this week in a good matchup against Chicago. Now, Max says PBR for the flex, Puka, White, Higgins, or Flowers. We're just going to go Rashad White, go with the running back that has the 3-down workload. I mean, I think his underdog pick him's like more than less than 4 receptions. Elite Henry says Dak or Watson this week and rest of season. We're going to go Dak this week and rest of season. I mean, Watson has a much better matchup this week, but it's like, do we feel comfortable with them right now? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just hit 1,000 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. But if you have not done so already, please drop a like on this stream. We have live streamed for 191 days in a row. We have now been live for 3 hours at this point. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to do so, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, of course. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yards. Make sure you take advantage. Now, 84 Bandit says, happy BR, we got to start one between Godwin, Watson, Higgins, Puka. Well, Higgins, at least last week, didn't play all the snaps. Looks like he possibly is still banged up a bit. Puka is a wide receiver that's, I mean, obviously is banged up himself. Plus, we have no Stafford. Watson had 8 targets last week, but we haven't had a single good week from Watson all season. So I think, honestly, we're going to go ahead. I think I will take Chris Godwin here. Because Godwin, I mean, maybe the ceiling isn't necessarily the same. But you do really know what you have, right? You know what you have. Isaac says PBR, Njoku or McBride. I'm going to go David Njoku over Trey McBride at this point. I mean, I think this week, more than any other, is a week where you really cannot start anybody. And I repeat, anybody in this offense for the Arizona Cardinals. I was somewhat excited about McBride at the beginning of the week, but now that Clayton Tune's the starting quarterback, you have fewer than 13 points for their implied team total, where honestly, I think there's no way in hell you can make an argument to go ahead and start him. Now, Brendan says, happy BR pick 2 for the flex. Kincaid, Singletary, or Kareem Hunt. I would love to start Dalton Kincaid. Honestly, I may start him here, even if this is a situation where, I don't know. I mean, we don't want to play a tight end. It's Dalton Kincaid. It's a great matchup against the Bengals. It's a great offense. He looked great last week. It's a whole lot of greats. I would like to get him in there. Typically, I'm going to be starting the lead back. So I would say I'm going to go with, oh my gosh. Can everybody spam the chat? I don't know what to do. Who do you bench out of this group? So typically, I'm saying let's always bench the tight end for that flex spot. But this is one of those instances where I think you can make a play for it. Because Ford's good to go. Singletary probably be in a committee with Boone. But please spam the chat. Who are you going to bench out of Dalton Kincaid, Devin Singletary, or Kareem Hunt? Let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know. We got bench Singletary for 1 vote. Singletary. Bench Singletary. So it looks like everybody is saying to bench Singletary here, my friend. Now, D-Wall says full BVR for the flex. Quentin Johnston, James Cook, or Zach Moss. I'm going to go ahead. I will play James Cook under the assumption that we have no Leonard Fournette. Because if you have no Leonard Fournette, then it's not going to be that 3-man running back by committee. And instead, it'll be a 2-man running back by committee where James Cook will be in a very high-scoring game environment, right? Will be in a very high-scoring offense as well. Alex says, would you start Higgins or Michael Pittman Jr.? I think if we knew for a fact that T. Higgins was 100% healthy, we could go T. Higgins in a good matchup or a good game environment against Buffalo. However, with Josh Downs banged up and with T. Higgins at the same time, I don't know, being in a situation where he didn't play all the snaps last week, I probably want to go ahead. I probably just want to play Michael Pittman Jr. over T. Higgins. Now, Bidmoon says Henderson, Singletary, Cook, Stevenson. Need to half PPR. I'm going to go Cook and Stevenson. You know, I'm not a big Stevenson guy, but it is a pretty good matchup against Washington. Where right now you have the Pats as 3.5-point favorites. If you look at his underdog pick'em, right now they have him at like 73.5 total yards. So they are projecting him to get that 3-down workload. Obviously not super excited about it, but I think that is where we go. Now, Fishing Bass says Myers or Jordan Addison. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead and take Addison over Myers. Neither offense am I expecting to be great. Now, obviously, if I had put some money down on one of these offenses, we are going to be going with the Raiders over the Vikings. If you're looking at their implied team totals, right now you actually have the Raiders currently sitting at 19.25 points, according to Vegas Sportsbooks, where you have Minnesota at 17 flat. So the offense is supposed to be a little bit better in Las Vegas than it will be in Minnesota. However, I think that Jordan Addison is a much better player. So I think that he has a little bit more of a probability to break off that long touchdown. And at the same time, he has less competition. Whereas in Las Vegas, obviously Devontae Adams is still there. Obviously Josh Jacobs is still there. Whereas if we're going to be looking at what we have with Jordan Addison, you have no Justin Jefferson. You have no Jefferson. Now, Justin says James Cook or Chuba Hubbard. We went back and forth on this earlier in the live stream. The simple statement is no Fournette. Give me James Cook. If Fournette were to have played, we would go Chuba Hubbard. Now, according to my sources, aka the YouTube live chat, so I checked the validity of these sources, Leonard Fournette still in the practice squad, and Leonard Fournette will not be active tonight. So James Cook will still just be in a 2-man running back by committee in Buffalo. Where if that is going to be the case, I think you can go ahead and go James Cook, but it's incredibly close And honestly, I can flip-flop 30 minutes from now. And then Everett or Njoku, we're going to go David Njoku in a very good matchup against Arizona with Deshaun Watson being good to go. And then Addison or Amari, we're going to go with Amari in a very good matchup against Arizona with Watson being good to go. So yeah, I think we play both Cleveland Browns there, my friend. Now, Hans says, huge fan, thank you. Full BBR, Myers or Quentin Johnston for the flex. So I'm really hoping that Quentin Johnston goes out there and gives us something this week, right? Because it's a player that's been laughably disappointing. It's been horrendous and a headache to deal with. Now, with that being said, no Palmer. So maybe you want to project that he sees some more targets with no Palmer and no Mike Williams. I just want to say if it was going to happen for Johnson, it probably would have already happened by now. I'm rooting for the guy. I really hope that he does well this week, but I can't start him until we at least see some production. Once we see some production, then I think we can go backwards. But for now, we're just got to start Myers. Now, Keaton says, is it still Nico Collins over Aaron Jones at the flex? I would say no, now that we have the coaching staff coming out and saying, oh, we're fully ready to unleash Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones looks great in practice. We're going to go ahead. We're going to give him a full workload. If that's the case, I would say Aaron Jones goes to being a player that, honestly, you just have to start at this point. So yeah, I think we will go Jones here, my friend. Zachary says, what are your defensive rankings this week? Thanks. My friend, you're asking the wrong guy. I'll tell you some defenses that I'd be excited to start. I would say the Cleveland Browns probably have the number one defense in the NFL this week going up against Clayton Tune. The New Orleans Saints have a great defense. I would say some sneaky plays at defense. If you were looking to stream the position, you probably would have had to do this earlier in the week. However, would have been the Atlanta Falcons against the Minnesota Vikings, the Green Bay Packers against the Rams with no Stafford, and then the Las Vegas Raiders against the New York Giants. Even if you have Daniel Jones playing here, the Giants should still be very bad. Now, Justin says, sit one, Godwin, Pittman, Puka, DJ Moore. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to be benching Puka here. Not only with Puka are you having to deal with no Matthew Stafford himself, but you're also having to deal with Puka being injured. So, you have bad quarterback play, bad offense, wide receiver not at 100%. So, I'm not going to be super excited to go out there and tell you to put in Puka, my friend. Anthony says, Deshaun Watson or Gardner Minshew. I'm going to go Watson over Minshew. Watson is good to go. Great matchup. I would be a little hesitant. I don't want to tell everybody to just rush and go jam him in right now. I think it would be a smart play to just wait and see the production and then play him after, but we can still do it. And then start two between Chuba, Downs, Singletary. You for sure start Chuba Hubbard. Between Downs and Singletary, this is going to be a little bit of a tougher spot. In that if you are going to be looking at Downs, he's not 100%. Should be a good game environment, but still. And then Devin Singletary, no Dameon Pierce, but it's not like we can easily say, oh, okay, yeah, he's going to get every single touch here. That's probably not the case. The reality of the situation is you're most likely going to be in a spot where Mike Boone does split the backfield, or it is that RB by committee. And if that's the case, I don't necessarily know how excited we can be about Devin Singletary. Because the thing is, it's not like Singletary is one of those backs where it's like, oh, okay, as long as he's going to get some touches, I'm fine with it. I'm fine going out there and jamming him in. No, Singletary is a running back that is someone that needs a pretty large workload to be viable in fantasy. You'd think he's a great receiver. He's not. This coaching staff's never shown that they just want to use one running back. Like, the issue is Mike Boone has a role even in games where Dameon Pierce is healthy. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just not super excited about Singletary. Now, Ox says, help PBR. We're going to go Puka or Ramondre. Thanks, man. Thank you. Rest of season, I will for sure go Puka. But this week with no Matthew Stafford as well as Puka banged up, I'm just going to go Ramondre Stevenson. PC says Downs or Dobbs. Worried about Downs' knee. Completely understand that. I mean, with Downs, it's very frustrating. He plays at 3 p.m. today. Typically, obviously, we know that the Panthers usually play at about noon. So that is frustrating in that now when Downs isn't 100% good to go, we're not going to get that clarity. I don't know. I think we just go ahead and play Downs over Dobbs regardless. Like Dobbs, I'm not really excited about. Jaden Reed still has a pretty big role. They're going to give a larger role to Aaron Jones here. We know Aaron Jones really can get involved as a receiver out of this backfield. Christian Watson led the team in targets last week with 8. So I'm not excited about Dobbs at all. But real quick, speaking of the Packers receivers, ladies and gentlemen, just get a baseline level expectation. They have on Underdog Romeo Dobbs at 40.5 receiving yards in comparison to Christian Watson at 42.5. So they have Watson as the wide receiver 1. I think the gap between these two guys, just let you know where my head's at. I'm actually going to be going with Christian Watson for more than 42.5 receiving yards. Like we said, Watson led this team in targets this past week. I think that I'm not too excited about Romeo Dobbs this week. And yeah, of course, the other pick'em that I like on Underdog a lot this week outside of the Christian Watson, more than 42.5 receiving yards, will be Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. Let's move this over. We got Louis says Higgins or Downs. I will go Higgins over Downs. We don't necessarily know if either player is 100%. Let's go with the better player in the better offense in the better game environment. So yeah, I think we'll just go T. Higgins there relatively easily. Full transparency though, I did draft a lot more Josh Downs than Higgins this year. Ryan says Henderson, Brian Robinson, Singletary, JSN. We got to pick 2. I'm going to go Darrell Henderson, and then I honestly would probably go Devin Singletary. Yeah, I'll go Singletary over Brian Robinson because both running backs are going to be in committees, right? Like Brian Robinson will be in a committee with Gibson. Devin Singletary will be in a committee with Mike Boone. The difference between the two of these players, so Devin Singletary is going to be in a better offense. I think it's a better matchup as well. Where he's a 3-point favorite, whereas Brian Robinson's a 3-point dog. I think we go with Singletary. Now, Jesse says, hey, Mason, starting Allen, Brees, Kamara, Lamb, Godwin, Andrews. We need to pick one for the flex between Evans, Davis, Brian Robinson, and Demario Douglas. Must win 3 and 5. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I think we will go with Mike Evans. I mean, I understand the thought process here. Obviously, we just had the massive blow up for Gabe Davis. So I understand if you wanted to get Gabe Davis in. Ultimately, my thought process on this is, okay, Evans has given you the consistent usage all year. Gabe Davis, there are a few weeks in here where you're going to get mixed in 1 reception for 4 receiving yards. And I just don't want to have to deal with that even if it's a great matchup. Now, Lucas says Downs or Puka for my wide receiver 2 spot with Olave. Close. I think I could honestly go back and forth. I'm probably going to go Puka though, with Josh Downs not being ruled good to go just yet. And we should get a lot of injury updates within the next about 20 minutes. So I will keep y'all posted with that. But Colin says Watson or Dotson in a full PPR league. So Dotson a little more appealing now that you have no Curtis Samuel. It's not a great matchup going up against New England. And my thing with Dotson is he did nothing for the first 8 weeks of the season. I'm not excited about Dotson. I would rather just go Christian Watson. What's funny enough is, for a multitude of different reasons, but this Underdog draft that I'm in right now, I actually just took Christian Watson at 45 over Jahan Dotson, who I'm probably still going to pass on at 52. So you can see that I'm still going through and I'm still listening. CW says, how are your best ball drafts going? They're going great, to be honest with you. I don't have my phone on me, or could check how many we're advancing in right now. I can go ahead, pull this up, maybe on the computer. Let me see. But especially in the high stakes drafts, I mean, we are just freaking crushing it right now. Crushing it. NFL season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So we have 29 teams advancing in Best Ball Mania currently. But yeah, high stakes drafts, obviously what I care about a little bit more. So we're doing well in Best Ball Mania, but also doing great in the high stakes drafts. Okay. Now, Dale D'Antoni says, 8-team full BBR, Goddard and Amari for Andrews. Thank you. Thank you. I think in an 8-team league, it's not going to be too close for me. Even if I like Amari Cooper, you need to go ahead. I think that you need to take Mark Andrews. Like 8-team league, it really doesn't matter. Just go out there and get the best player in the deal, especially if we can get that elite level tight ends. Love it. Bid Moon says, Hunt, Singletary, Robinson. We need one in a half PPR format. Appreciate you, my friend. I probably will go Devin Singletary over Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt does have a pretty good matchup here. My issue with Kareem Hunt, and I have a lot of Kareem Hunt, is he's probably in a 3-man running back by committee. He's been living off of rushing touchdowns, which I'm happy about in my best ball drafts, but going forward, I don't know how we can consistently rely upon that, if that makes sense. Now, Ryan says, Hunt, Anderson, Algier, Watson, JSN, Johnston. We need a running back and a flex. Bench, Tyler Algier, your call between Anderson and Hunt. And then our flex, we're going to go Christian Watson, assuming it's a full PPR format. So play Watson for the flex, bench, Algier, JSN, and Johnston. And then your call at running back between the combination of Kareem Hunt and Darrell Henderson, my friend. Now, Miller Bailey says, start 2, James Cook, Watson, and Amari. I'm going to go James Cook with no Fournette playing. We're going to go Amari Cooper as well with Deshaun Watson good to go. Now, Braden says, Gibson, Gainwell, or Ezekiel Elliott in a full PPR format. I think I'm probably going to go ahead and play Zeke. Zeke does have a decent matchup. Right now, his underdog pick'em's closing in, I believe, on 40-ish yards. We're Gainwell, tough matchup against Dallas. Gibson, just severely capped upside, right? Where Gibson's not going to be getting any of the touchdowns. Those touches at the goal line will be going to Brian Robinson for sure. Where there is that outside chance that you actually may get something for Ezekiel Elliott in the red zone. But ladies and gentlemen, I am interested in this just from like a little poll perspective. Can you let me know? I'm going to do 3 questions. Please, I would love if y'all can answer me here. 1, do you sports bet? Like, are you going out there and betting the Cincinnati Bengals minus 2.5 points? You know, that's the first question. If yes, where do you sports bet? FanDuel, NGM, DraftKings, etc. Where? And 3, are you loyal to one book or do you do multiple books the same week? I'm in Texas, so we have nothing like that. I mean, we have Underdog Fantasy, but that's fantasy sports, you know? But let me know. Okay. Andrew says you shop all books. This is what I want to make sure that people are doing. No sports betting. No, yes, FanDuel. No sports betting for me. FanDuel, and not necessarily, but mostly just FanDuel. Multiple books. No. King Josh says, yeah, an Underdog. Underdog is not sports betting. Underdog is fantasy sports, but I get what you mean. Walter says, better, not loyal, just look for good bets. Yes, FanDuel. So it looks like most people go FanDuel over DraftKings here. We got one person saying DraftKings. I'm just interested because I just see these commercials all the time. So this is the separate question for people who, replied yes that they do sports bet. Are you spending more on FanDuel or DraftKings year to year? FanDuel or DraftKings year to year? It looks like we didn't have many people saying Caesars or anything like that. And as I wait for people to answer, Devin says, go Puka, Watson, or JSN with the Stafford news. I'd probably still go Puka here. Lucas says, start 3 RBs. No, start 3 RBs with Kamara, Taylor, Barkley. I'm assuming you mean start 2. Great team. I think we start probably Kamara and Barkley. Assuming full PBR, non-PBR, we go Taylor, Barkley. Okay. FanDuel, DraftKings, FanDuel. DraftKings, FanDuel. FanDuel, DraftKings. FanDuel looks way cleaner. Okay, almost all FanDuel. Okay, that's surprising. So most people are FanDuel over DraftKings. Matthew says, Thomas or Taysom for tight ends? Non-PBR, give me Taysom Hill. Full PBR, give me Logan Thomas. And then Christian Watson or Gus Edwards for the flex. Probably go Gus Edwards over Christian Watson for the flex, even if I'm not super, super pumped about it. Now, AJ says, standard PBR, start 1, Puka, Watson, Higgins, and Douglas. I'm going to go ahead. I will play T. Higgins. With Higgins, he may be a little bit banged up, but Puka is as well. And Higgins has his quarterback, right? And is in a very good offense. Jaden says, Kelsey for Amon-Ra and Gus. We have Algier starting. Thing is, Kelsey's already playing, right? So can we make this deal? If you really wanted to, sure. As long as we're going to get the Kelsey points this week, I guess. Come here, little girl. She's out here growling. Is there someone there? Is there someone scaring you? You'll come say hi to everybody? I say, hey, guys, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Say, it's nice and bright and early. So we got some daylight savings going, didn't we? I know you're a good girl, aren't you? I know. All right. Go guard the house. Make sure no bad guys come, or hide under the desk. Are you going to hide under the desk, or are you going to go guard the house? What's your job here? Am I the protector? I know. Okay, so Matt says, who do I play, Pittman, Evans, or T. Higgins? Oh, we're going to go with Michael Pittman. I think it's remotely close. But with Pittman, if you have the Josh Downs injury, I think we can just give him any tiebreaker, right? Say, oh, okay. Probably easy. Just go in that direction. Now, John says, Henderson or Hunt, full BBR. Have a great Sunday. Have a great Sunday, my friend. And honestly, I would have said Henderson before the Stafford news. Now that Stafford's not going to be playing in this offense, it's going to be much worse overall. I'd be completely fine if you wanted to just go ahead and play Kareem Hunt, which would be a very good matchup here. Jaden says he has a Amon-Ra and buys, so it's even in those terms. Yeah, it just depends. Like, I don't really care about him having a Amon-Ra and buy. Oh, you mean like, so we are making the deal after this week, so we are getting the Kelsey points?
Mahomes looks like he may be hurt. So honestly, I don't necessarily think that it changes if Amon runs on bye or not. Trevor says, should I trade JT for Burrow? We have Eckler, Etienne, Bijan. I would rather have Jonathan Taylor. I mean, if we're trading away JT, I think that we need a Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts quarterback, and then we need someone who's going to run the ball too. Dominican says, your dog's cool as hell. Thank you. I mean, she is. My girlfriend's been gone for 2 to 3 weeks. So the dog's been spazzing as of late. Just needs all the attention in the world, but get on my nerves a little bit, to be honest with y'all. But the girlfriend will be back, so the dog will get more attention soon. And trust me, it's my dog. I give the dog all the attention in the world. Love the dog. But I'm just letting you know, this dog is the neediest dog you could ever imagine. Now, Nighty says, Cup or Devonta Smith? I think we're just going to go ahead. We're going to go Cup. I understand the thought process here, and that with no Stafford, obviously. Cup's significantly less appealing, but it is what it is. The Blue Menace says, start 2. Full BBR, Moore, Puka, Lockett, Michael Thomas. We're going to go DJ Moore and Lockett over Puka now that we have no Stafford. Going back to what we're talking about right now, Vegas Sportsbooks have an implied team total for the Los Angeles Rams that puts them as a bottom 5 offense in the NFL this week. So I don't know how excited we are to start them. Now, Sagittarius says, Hollywood, Dotson, Moss, Downs, full PPR, we need to pick 2. Downs, if he plays. I mean, obviously, rest of season, we go Hollywood here relatively easily. But now that you're seeing that implied team total less than 13 points, it's hard to get there. I'm sorry. I'm struggling with this, my friend. Can y'all spam the chat? Who do you start between Dotson, Moss, and Hollywood Brown? Dotson, Moss, and Hollywood Brown. Please, everybody spam the live chat. Help me out. I have no idea. Okay. We got Moss, Dotson, Hollywood, Moss, Dotson, Dotson. Is it a full BBR? Maybe you go with the receiver, right? Looks like most people are saying Moss, though. I mean, Moss does have a very good matchup going up against Carolina. Obviously, Moss has been the best option out of this group. It's hard to know if that will continue to be the case, but I mean, that's how it's been so far. Girl, can you get up? Can I scoot in? I know. Come on, let's go over here. Can you lay behind me? I'll protect you if they come in here. Come on. Come on, baby. I know. Come on. Over here. Just lay on this side of me. There you go. That's a good girl. Lay down. Get up. You lay down. Just not under the desk. Okay, Sports just says they're loving the NFL in Germany. I know we ask this every single time, but if you are in Europe, do you think that these games make a difference? Like, are these games making a difference? Are there becoming more European NFL games because of them? But Ryan says rest of season, Johnson, Anderson, Dotson, Dell, or Osborne. Probably Dell out of this group because Palmer will eventually be healthy. Curtis Samuel will be healthy. Justin Jefferson will be healthy. Kyron Williams will be healthy, so
Like, I mean, if we're looking at rest of season, it's probably Dell. But it's tough. Now, Jacob says, who are we putting at tight end this week? Kincaid or Komet? You got to go Kincaid. Kincaid's the top 5 tight end this week. Easily. Really, really good matchup here overall. For him going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, Crystal, always happy to see you, says Puka, Hollywood, or Douglas. Oh, brutal spot. I think we're going to go Puka. I mean, Douglas, Hollywood, all 3 of these offenses are horrendous offenses, right? So I think it comes down to who do I think is the best talent? Who do you think can do the most operating in a very bad offense? And based off what we've seen from Puka so far this season, I'd probably have the most faith with him. Now, Speed Attack says, sit one, Chuba, Ford, or Ramadre. Probably going to sit Jerome Ford here. With Ford, great matchup, but still, this is going to be a running back that's operating in a 3-man RB by committee. Now, Cray GG says, hey, Mason, started 0-4. Now I'm 4-4 in a pickle. Need a flex Lockett or Puka in those Stafford, and I'm leaning Lockett, been a Flock member for 2 years. Appreciate you so damn much, my man. And yeah, I think we agree with you. I think we probably want to go Tyler Lockett. I mean, we actually even asked the live chat earlier in this stream what they would rather have between Tyler Lockett or Puka, and the vast majority of people said Lockett there as well. The vast majority of people took Lockett. Okay. But we just hit 1,100 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who's gotten down there and dropped a like on the stream. And please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, hit that like button. We have live streamed for 191 days in a row. We are not going to miss a day until 2024. So yeah, hit that like button if you have not done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick of more than less than half a total yards. So make sure you take advantage. Let's move this over. Our next question coming out from Ryan says, rest of season, Dell, Akers, Spears, Jaleel. Thanks. Thank you. I think Dell has the highest floor. Maybe Spears is the highest ceiling. If you were to get an injury to Derrick Henry, that is, you know. Then we go Dell for the floor, Spears for the ceiling. Colton says, starter running back in a flex between Ford, Jones, Moss, Puka. Our running back's going to be Jones. A full BBR format, I think we go Puka for the flex spot. Full PPR league, that is. Okay. Sorry, having to figure out what to do in this draft. Okay. Probably the wrong call, but it is what it is. Now, next is coming out from Gypsy says, flex Kincaid, Nico, or Pop. We're going to go with Nico. Rest of season value, I'm going to go Kincaid, but the majority of the value that you're going to be getting is his replacement. His value over replacement at the tight end position. I mean, if you're looking at what we have specifically in terms of if he himself is going to outscore someone like Nico Collins, it's always just so difficult to get there with the tight end in that flex spot. Or I think we would say you probably have to go ahead and you probably just have to take Nico Collins. And you get a touchdown, a passing touchdown of Miami. Is it to Tyreek? No. Is it to Waddle? No. It's to Cedric Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you started Cedric Wilson over Jalen Waddle. Dear God, how many points does Waddle have so far? Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Soul Assassin says, Devonta Smith or DJ Moore? I think DJ Moore has a higher floor. You have a higher ceiling with Devonta Smith. We'll probably go DJ Moore. Jose says, Happy BR, Kincaid or Goddard? I'm going to go Kincaid. Really good matchup. Obviously, both guys are in great offenses, though. Now, Kelly says, Downs, Dell, or Watson, full BBR for today. We've been dealing with this same question in a million different iterations all day today. If you want to play it safe, go Watson. If you want the ceiling, you go Downs. So I think it does depend on what you're looking for here ultimately, my friend. Now, Evan says 4 leagues, 4 questions. PBR, we have Higgins, Myers, or Edwards. Full BBR format, we're going to go Higgins. Puka or Olave, we're going to go Olave. Higgins or McLaurin, we're going to go Higgins. And then Pittman, Smith, or Collins. I think we're going to be going with Pittman in a spot where if Josh Downs is banged up at all, then obviously Michael Pittman can go out there and he can absolutely just crush. Okay. Jason says, pick one for the flex. Brian Robinson, Dell, Henderson, or Watson. Full BBR format, we probably go Christian Watson. Non-PPR league, we probably end up just going Darrell Henderson. Ultimately, I think you are asking the right question. I think that all these guys are in about the same range, and you can kind of do what you want here. Now, Mig says, flex, happy BR format, Johnston, Charbonnet, Ingram, Mingo. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go with Keontae Ingram. Not excited about Keontae Ingram in that it is a brutal spot going up against the Cleveland Browns and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. But he is the guy getting guaranteed touches here. Like, we can't say that about anybody else. Maybe you would have thought coming into the season, if you would have told me coming into the year, hey, Mason, just give you a heads up. By the time we get to week 9, you're going to have both Mike Williams and Joshua Palmer injured. I'd be stretching. I'd be warming up. I'd be ready to come out here and say, oh, Quentin Johnson, low end wide receiver 1. Quentin Johnson, high end wide receiver 2. Start. Can't say it now. Quentin Johnson's done nothing. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, I don't know if we can go Quentin Johnson, even if you have no Palmer. Now, Suraj says, Hollywood or Kincaid? It's a 12-team league. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. I'm going to go Hollywood over Kincaid in a full BBR format where we can just chase target volume. 100% understand if you wanted to go Kincaid, though. Obviously, much more touchdown upside there. Now, and I would way rather have Kincaid in fantasy, but that's more so because I really want to play Kincaid at tight end over some other gross tight end options. Now, Yuan says, hey, Mason, Dotson or Chuba Hubbard in my full BBR 10-team league? I will go Chuba Hubbard over Jahan Dotson, my friend. I mean, with Chuba Hubbard, you get the guaranteed 3-down workload, plus it's a very good game environment where, according to Vegas Sportsbooks, there should be a lot of points scored in this game here. Okay. Now, to the max says, full BBR, we need a flex between Puka, Ford, Higgins, Lockett. Thanks. Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead in a full BBR format. We're going to roll with the receiver. We're going to go T. Higgins. Great game environment, high scoring offense. Higgins may not be 100%, but still, I think we can start him. And I will say it's very interesting that if you look at like all the NFL games today, let's go through and let's pull this up. Let's go together here. So here's what we have, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go through good games versus bad games. Titans, Steelers, disgusting. Chiefs, Dolphins, on paper, awesome game. Obviously now, not so much. But Vikings, Falcons, gross. I would never want to watch this. Bears, Saints, gross. I never want to watch this. Rams, Packers with no Stafford, gross. I never want to watch this. Commanders, Patriots, gross. I'd never want to watch this. Seahawks, Ravens, very exciting game. Texans, Bucks, probably gross. Cardinals, Browns, gross. I never want to watch this. Colts, Panthers, gross. Giants, Raiders, gross. Cowboys, Eagles, very exciting game. Super excited to watch it. Then Bills, Bengals, super exciting game. I'm very excited to watch it. So it's kind of funny that they structured it in that we have the very exciting game on paper with the Dolphins and Chiefs stand alone with the Europe game. Then for the noon slate, you get the exciting game of the Seahawks Ravens standalone. Then for the 3 p.m. slate, you get the exciting game of the Cowboys Eagles. And then for primetime, you get the exciting game of Bills Bengals. But mixed with just a whole bunch of junk in between. So it's one of those very rare instances where I may not be running out there to just go through and throw on red zone. I may actually be watching individual games today. But Dale says 3 receivers, 2 flex. Happy BR League. We need 2 between Watson, Roshan, Foreman, Justice Hill, Charbonnet, Demario Douglas, and Jamison Crowder. So we're going to go Christian Watson for sure. And this is about the range where I 100% agree with you. I think that you could make an argument that Demario Douglas is appealing. Like a lot of people asking like Demario Douglas or Puka. It's like, what are we talking about here? No, you can't do it here. But if it's like Demario Douglas, Jamison Crowder, yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll take Douglas. Great matchup. Obviously, it was good this past week. Not super excited about him. Still bad offense. Still someone that I don't think is super talented. Now, Car Guy TY says trade Mostert. We have Etienne, Ford, Gibbs left. So the issue is when you're looking at these primetime games, my friend, every single person in your league is watching this Miami game right now. Every single person in their impression of Raheem Mostert currently is Mostert doing nothing in this Dolphins offense not looking good. So, I mean, we've recently had Mostert as that sell high candidate. But now, can we sell Mostert as someone we should?
Have Mostert as someone we should trade away? Probably not, right? Probably not. Now, Cole says, hey, Mason, need a flex between Puka, T, or Chuba. I'm going to go ahead. Honestly, I think full PPR format, you can play T. Higgins in a great offense. Non-PPR league, I may just go ahead and play Chuba Hubbard in that with Chuba Hubbard. He is a 3-down running back at the end of the day, right? He is in a game that's going to have a lot of points scored. I'm not a massive like Chuba Hubbard fan. Hogan Morans, of course, but it's kind of like hard. It's maybe hard to get away from him here. Isaiah says Sam Howell or Derek Carr in a full PPR format. We're going to go Derek Carr over Sam Howell. I mean, you actually have a top 5 implied team total for the New Orleans Saints this week. Should be a very good game environment. And yeah, just in case y'all did not see, we had a Mahomes sack fumble. This may turn into a game. Still 7-21 KC, but we'll see. Huggins says, Keontae or Tony Jones. We're going to go Keontae. If Chark is injured, Reed, Mingo, Wandale. Chark will be playing from what we can tell. And then I think we will go Wandale out of these options. We'll go Wandale. If Chark were to miss, then maybe we could pivot over and say to go with Mingo. El Polo says, do I play Singletary or Henderson in a full PPR format? We're going to go ahead, and honestly, now that you have no Stafford, I will go Singletary. Mike says, should we play Douglas or Madison in the flex? We need upside for sure. If you need upside with how bad of an offense that it should be, in Minnesota, I'd be fine to go ahead and say Demario Douglas. Because Alexander Madison now looks like he is in a running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the NFL, right? But let me go ahead and give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be pulling up what we have here with last minute injury news. So Justin Fields officially inactive. Puka officially active. Michael Wilson officially inactive. Stafford inactive. And yeah, outside of that, no big surprises. It is funny. Underdog tweeted out, Dolphins first half possessions. Punt, 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 fumble, punt. Yeah, well, Dolphins, I mean, it's 3rd and 20. How many yards does the Dolphins offense actually, how many yards does the Dolphins offense actually have at this point? Seemed like very few. CJ says Dolphins defense is actually playing pretty good. Yeah, let me go ahead. What has their offense actually done? Okay, Google's not updating this for us right now. $153 passing yards from Tua, 49 rushing yards. Like, that's the thing, right? Miami at the beginning of the year is just going out there and giving you 200 rushing yards in a game. Every game, 200 rushing yards. It's like, okay, well. There, of course, you're going to be pretty good. But I guess when the wheels fall off, the wheels fall off. Okay. Let's move this over. Let's try to answer some questions for people who are not spamming in the live chat. I believe Vindev was not spamming. This was their only question. Who should we pick up off of free agency? Drake London. Obviously, it's very difficult to know who is a free agent in your league. I'd say if Drake London's out there on the waiver wire, then hell yeah, I'd go out there and not pick him up. I mean, from what I've seen with just some Twitter doctors, they're saying that Drake London may end up being good to go next week, right? So if Drake London is good to go, then yeah, I think we can go ahead and just pick him up. He has some upside. Now to the max, always happy to see it. Says, Sup Mason, which one rest of season full BBR? Ramondre Chuba, Gus Edwards. And would you start any of these guys over Nico Collins? Thanks for grinding every day. Appreciate you. Full BBR rest of season, I'm going to go to Ramondre Stevenson. This week, I'm probably going to go with Chuba Hubbard. And if it was Chuba Hubbard versus Nico Collins, full BBR format, it will be very close up to you in terms of who you're starting. If you were to go through and pick them up just for this week, I would say, honestly, probably doesn't make a lot of sense. And maybe we don't want to make that move. But if it's picking him up more so for like a long-term play, then yeah, we can do it. We can do it. But give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But we are back, and our next question coming out from, I believe, we got a Mostert TD when we are gone. Hell yes. But Zach says Hunt or Singletary at RB2. Probably going to go Singletary over Kareem Hunt. Both running backs will be in a committee. Hunt will have the better matchup, but ultimately, I think with Singletary, probably only splitting with two guys, Singletary and Boone. Whereas Hunt, I think it's going to be a three-man running back by committee, where Ford most likely is the lead role in that offense this week. Chris says 12 team, double flex, happy BR. Need to choose one of these. Puka, Moss, Michael Thomas, Shaheed, Charbonnet. We have both Walker and Taylor. So happy BR format. I think we probably are going to end up going with Puka. I think a lot of people will tell you to go ahead and take Zach Moss. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not super excited to go through and run, say, oh, you got to start Zach Moss here. I don't think that's the case. Now, JT says, need a running back in a flex, full BBR. We have Jones, White, Ford, Evans, and Brandon Cooks. Our running back and flex, we're going to go both running backs. We're going to go Aaron Jones and White. If you wanted to make a swap, you would go with Mike Evans in the flex spot over Rashad White. But I think both running backs give you a nice floor and ceiling combo based off of the coaching staff in Green Bay. It's coming out saying about the Aaron Jones usage this next week. But now our next question coming out from, I believe, Hogan says, Carr, Aaron Jones, Saquon, Pittman, Pickens, Kelsey, Chark, Ingram. Do we win? Yeah, I mean, that's DJ Chark. I'd say probably not. I mean, it'd be a very tough spot to start Pickens, DJ Chark, Keontae Ingram in a single week. So most likely not, my friend. You're most likely going to lose. But I'm wishing you the best of luck, though. That's for sure. Albalo says, full BBR, do we go Demario Douglas or Singletary in the flex? I will go Singletary over Douglas. Bidmoon says, Metcalf. Henderson, Singletary, full PBR format. Always happy to see you, my friend. Full BBR league, we're going to go with the receiver that just had 14 targets. I really don't like the matchup, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it's a very tough spot in general for him to be going up against the Baltimore Ravens. I still think he'd probably go in that direction, though. Okay. Now, next question coming out from Leonidas says, got offered Terry McLaurin and Cole Kmet for Kittle. We have Goddard as well. Records 5-3. Is this a good deal? I would rather just trade. If you have Goddard as well, and that's the reason we're doing it, I'm fine with the idea. I would just much prefer going out there and instead looking to move the combo of, just moving Kittle for just a better receiver rather than needing like Cole Kmet in return. Like, I don't care about getting Cole Kmet back there. He really doesn't have any value for us at that point, right? And Shamil says, PBR, start DJ Moore, Singletary, Nico over Puka. I would go Puka over Singletary. In a full BBR format, I'd go all three receivers, to be honest with you. Let's move this around. And ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you have not done so already, it looks like barely 10% of y'all have gone down there and hit that like button. So please drop a like on this live stream if you're enjoying it. This is day 191 of us live streaming every single day in a row. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. So please make sure you take advantage of that. We're also getting in a bunch of underdog drafts right now at the same time. If anybody wanted to draft with us on Underdog, we currently have one spot open in the Dog Bowl qualifier here. This is the $25 buy-in, $10,000 plus a trip to Miami for the live final for this Underdog tournament here. The reason I'm doing this one a lot right now is because if you enter 10 or more drafts in the Dog Bowl qualifier, then you are going to be getting $25 back for every team that you have finished inside the top 2,000. So something that I'm very interested in. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Eric says, full BBR start one. Dell, Osborne, or Douglas. I'm going to go Dell over Osborne and Douglas, my friend. You have no Robert Woods, and I think it's a better offense than those other two teams as well. Now, SS says full BBR, Hubbard or Singletary. We're going to go Chuba Hubbard relatively easily. Assuming I should start them over Hunt or Foreman, yes, you should. The work you put in is unmatched. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you, my friend. And yeah, we're going to go with Chuba Hubbard. I mean, I actually have a decent amount of Miles Sanders, so it's like painful to admit, but obviously Sanders is legitimately just nothing at this point, right? Nothing. Now, Sean says, Baker or Deshaun Watson. I think I'm going to go ahead. I probably will take Deshaun Watson. Very good matchup that he has going up against the Arizona Cardinals. Kevin says, Boyd or Pittman, where we have Burrow. We're going to go Pittman over Boyd relatively easily, even if you do have that stack there, my friend. I don't want you to be overthinking this. Just please take the best player. Okay. So around... Now, Patrick says, full BBR, Puka or Demario Douglas. We will go Puka over Douglas relatively easily. I mean, both offenses should be very bad, my friend. Now, Justin says, Puka, Olave, or Pittman. I'm going to go probably with Pittman now that Josh Downs is banged up. And then Ingram or Henderson. We will go Darrell Henderson over Keontae Ingram. Keontae Ingram, just super brutal matchup here. PBR and rushing yards doubled. So, yeah, let's go Darrell Henderson for sure. We got Jit coming out, joining the flock. Happy to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. So who are we starting, Mason? Puka, Watson, or Gabe Davis? We're going to go ahead. We will take Puka here. But Chris says, follow up on the previous super chat. Have BBR 12-team Superflex. Total points for Moss, Taylor combined today. It's a great matchup going up against Carolina, right? Where you can be pretty excited about them overall. Call it a combined 180 yards. That's going to be rushing and receiving for both backs. Give him a touchdown. Give him 6 receptions. So then you're looking at about 30 to 35 points. For the combination of, I think, honestly, if we're doing a fair range, I think about 25 to 40 points for the combination of Moss and Taylor. 25 to 40. If I'd pin it in the middle, we'd probably be saying about 30-ish. But same question with Walker Charbonnet. Walker Charbonnet, definitely a lot less. Going to be a significantly tougher matchup in this instance. If we were going Walker and Zach Charbonnet here, let's call it 130 total yards, maybe a touchdown. I think, honestly, there it's going to be combined for about 25, maybe even a little bit less, 24-ish points. Definitely give the edge to the Colts backfield over the Seahawks backfield this week, given their matchups. Now, Resworth says, need to Puka, Watson, Boyd, Dotson, Quentin Johnson, standard league. We're going to go with Puka, Watson, not really thinking about it too much. I mean, obviously, Quentin Johnson is somewhat exciting whenever you have no Joshua Palmer, but I can't start Quentin until we actually see the production first. Now, Atrophy says Singletary or James Cook in a PPR league. Assuming our live chat's correct and Leonard Fournette's not playing today or tonight, we're going to go James Cook. As both running backs will be in 2-man backfields in that instance, James Cook will be the better running back between the two in the better offense. Now, with that being said, if Fournette were to play, then we'd probably go Singletary with Cook being in a 3-man running back by committee. Tommy says, hey, Mason, full BBR. Need to take a risk to get a win this week. Choosing between Chark, Lazard, Nico, Brown, or A.J. Dillon. Thank you. So Chark should play. Now, with that being said, I'm not excited to go through and play him. If you're saying this as Nico Collins, it's Nico Collins relatively easily. Assuming that's not the case, though, because I don't even think you'd be asking the question in that instance. Ignoring Nico Brown, I don't know who you're talking about here, but if that's not Nico Collins, then between Chark, Lazard, Dillon, probably going to go DJ Chark. Actually, no. Dillon just gives you a much better floor. I think we go Dillon. It is tough, though. It is definitely tough. Now, Patrick says full BBR Taysom or Ferguson. Full BBR format, I'm going to go Ferguson over Taysom. Non-PBR league, we'd go Taysom because obviously in that non-PBR league, there we would only be chasing touchdowns rather than actual target volume. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second thinking through this. Okay, so let's go through. And Snowy, I believe, did not spam this question. So, yeah, perfect. Says, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Nico Collins, T. Higgins, star 2. We're definitely for sure going to go ahead and take Mike Evans for one of these calls. I mean, Evans just giving you the consistent work, giving the high floor. I mean, really like to see the Evans profile all around. Now the hesitation that you may end up having with this is like, oh, okay, well, between Nico, Higgins, Smith is in a tough matchup going up against Dallas, but he's in a great offense, and we really like the player. Nico has the ceiling from week to week perspective. T. Higgins, great player, great offense, great environment. But the issue is he may not be fully healthy. So to be honest with you, I think we can kind of be going back and forth between these players, and I don't have a great grasp on which direction we should be going in. I think we go Evans, and then if you want the floor, honestly, I may just go Higgins regardless. I think we go Higgins regardless. Higgins does have a low floor, but the ceiling's going to be there with Burrow fully healthy. Going up against Buffalo, I think we should be excited. Now, you had a fumble with the Miami game, but Miami did recover. And yeah, this Dolphins offense, I mean, obviously they've scored 2 touchdowns now, but they still just do not look good. It does seem like, compared to what the Chiefs used to be, the Chiefs have turned into just a much more well-rounded team. And that the Chiefs have a pretty damn good defense as well. I mean, obviously, losing Tyreek, you lose the deep ball, and Mahomes is a little bit more checked down, and the Chiefs offense isn't as explosive as it used to be. But also the Chiefs defense has been a lot better than it used to be. Of course, I'm talking about over the course of the Chiefs dynasty. Now, Cheap Perp says, double flex. First off, always happy to see you, my friend. Chase, Collins, Barkley, Jacobs. Swift, Higgins, and then on the bench, Walker, Flowers, Downs. Phenomenal team. If we wanted to do anything, it would be getting Kenneth Walker into the starting lineup. We start Swift, Barkley, Jacobs all over Kenneth Walker. Really, the question comes down to, would I rather have Kenneth Walker or Nico Collins? Kenneth Walker or T. Higgins for that second flex spot? I personally would rather have Kenneth Walker over Nico Collins. I mean, I understand why you have it as is, right? And I'm not going to fault you for it because, yeah, this is a spot where it's hard to be super pumped about the matchup going up against the Baltimore Ravens. And they're sounding like they like Zach Charbonnet a little more and more. Charbonnet actually did see the majority of the snaps this past week, which is a surprise. But ultimately, I still think that we want to go ahead and I think we want to play Kenneth Walker. I think we want to go Walker, my friend. Chicago Spartan says the Raising Cane's commercials must be stopped. To be honest with y'all, I have not seen many Cane's commercials. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, what commercials are y'all seeing most frequently when y'all are watching these games? I haven't seen a lot of Cane's commercials. I used to love Cane's back in the day. And I'm talking back 2015-ish time period. Yeah, that's when I was in high school, 2015. Because back then I felt like you would get a Caniac combo. It'd be like $9. It'd be like big pieces of chicken. Delicious. Delicious chicken. But now whenever you go, instead of getting like big chicken strips at Cane's, at least the last few times I've been, they're giving you pretty much chicken nuggets, you know. Is it just me? Please put in the chat. Just keep it simple. Yes or no. Has Cane's gotten worse over time? Cane's chicken. Has it gotten worse over time? Yes or no? Am I losing my mind? But Jay says Hollywood, Watson, or Tank Dell. I'm going to go Watson. Hollywood maybe long-term, but we want to wait until we get Kyler back. Don't want to be playing him with Clayton Tune. Now, Captain Insano says play Dotson or Madison to the flex. Full BBR will go Dotson. And it looks like yes, no, yes. Looks like most people are on board with us saying that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Cane's has gotten more expensive, which I'm fine. If you get more expensive, I understand inflation, yada, yada, yada. It sucks, but it is what it is. But not only have they gotten more expensive, on top of that, I mean, they have made it where the food you get is just less. It's like, okay, either pick your lane. Give me smaller pieces of chicken. Try to save your money that way. Or charge me more. I don't need to be charged more and getting gypped at the same time. I'm fine paying the extra. Just give me what I expect. Come on. I will say, you know what? Fast food has not gone downhill. And it's still top tier. In and out. Dear God. As a homegrown Texas boy, you would think it'd be all about Whataburger, but Whataburger, trash compared to In-N-Out at this point. Okay. Now, Trevor says, pick two for today. Kupp, Puka, Godwin, and Dotson. Half PPR. We're going to go Kupp and Godwin, my friend. I still don't think you can get away from Kupp, even with the Stafford injury. You probably have to go in that direction, right? At least I would say so. I think you probably have to go in that direction. Okay. Okay, now Mystery says Fields or Kyler rest of season. So you should probably be looking at a similar timeline for both these players at this point. I mean, I think you could make a pretty strong argument for either or. probably just end up going ahead and I probably go Fields, because the issue is I don't necessarily think that Fields comes in and Fields starts running the ball significantly less than he otherwise did before his injury. However, I have a feeling that's going to be the case with Kyler Murray, right? I think Kyler is going to run it less. Now, Chip Boozy says, pick one, 10 TBBR, Aaron Jones or Josh Downs. I think we go Aaron Jones relatively easily. I think Aaron Jones is a must-start running back at this point, my friend. Now, Elite Henry says, which DST this week, the Giants or Atlanta? I think I'm going to go Atlanta. I mean, if you are looking at the Giants are actually dogs against the Raiders, which is crazy to say. But the Giants team is just horrendous. Horrendous. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button on this live stream for us. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard. So make sure you take advantage if you have not done so already. Okay. Let's move this over. For whatever reason, it's got a nasty smell in this room. What the hell is that? Okay. Now, what do we have? Tua drops back. I do think that the NFL, like if you look at roughing the passer, the NFL does seem a lot more sensitive than what you have in college. Like that's one thing I don't mind about college. That it seems like, honestly, and I know this is crazy, you would think it would be the exact opposite, but it seems like the refs in college are maybe even better than the NFL at this point, or at least it seems like they stay out of the game a little more. But Trent says 4-4, 10-team full BBR. We have Herbert, Walker, Gibbs, Singletary, Hunt, Jefferson, St. Brown, Sutton, Palmer, Pickens, Dell, Laporta, Kincaid, Pitts. Do I do Kincaid or Laporta in Gibbs and Sutton for Devontae Pacheco, Brian Robinson? Got Kincaid off waivers. So going from Gibbs to Devontae Adams, slight upgrade. Kincaid to Pacheco, slight upgrade / lateral move. Brian Robinson, who cares? Honestly, I like the idea. I just think that maybe you're giving up a little bit too much with Gibbs here. Instead, if it was like Hunt, then hell yeah. Like I would go and see if we can sell maybe like Hunt and Kincaid or Hunt and Laporta and get back Devontae Pacheco. I don't necessarily know if we want to be selling Gibbs at this time, especially with this being a full PPR format, right? Because if that's that full PPR format, you do want the running back that's going to go out there and have the receiving down role, even if Montgomery's going to have a red zone role whenever he does come back from injury. Now, Damon says Jerome Ford or Aaron Jones. I'm going to go Aaron Jones, and I don't think it's too close either. And with Aaron Jones, the quote was, he's looked great in practice this week. We're ready to let him loose. They're going to let Aaron Jones loose. I think Aaron Jones is someone that you need to have in your starting lineup. Now, Wyatt says start 2, Lockett, Hubbard, Downs. I'm going to go with the combo of Lockett and Chuba Hubbard. Now that we still don't have any clarity with Josh Downs, let me go ahead and see if we can find any more injury updates for y'all, ladies and gentlemen. But I have not seen anything here. Okay, I cannot find anything else with Josh Downs. Yeah, I don't think there's any more relevant news than what we had earlier today with Downs, and that he's still on track to play. But I mean, obviously a spot that we need to be maybe a little bit wary before we go out there and jam him in. Now, Jacob says Rashee Rice or JSN rest of season. By the way, Whataburger is elite. I am sorry, my friend. I mean, I grew up in Texas as well. I mean, after games, we would all go to Whataburger as well. I get the nostalgia of it, but if we're going to be honest with each other, it's time to move on. Whataburger has gone so far downhill that Whataburger is just garbage at this point. But Rashee Rice, JSN, I still kind of want to tell you to go ahead and take JSN. I mean, obviously, Rashee Rice has been great. It's just very difficult to get there. On a player that doesn't have the crazy target volume. I mean, like, let's pull up the Rashee Rice game log. Let's look at this. Because Rashee Rice didn't have the same pedigree as JSN coming in. And Rashee Rice, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5. Like, he's getting 4 to 5 targets every game, you know? Like, we don't really see a path for him to take that next step up. Like, Rashee Rice keeps on having these games where he'll do just enough. Like, he'll score a touchdown, and maybe we're excited about him for that reason, but I mean, ultimately, how many targets does he have in this game, right? They just spread the ball around so much. Rashee Rice has 2 targets this game. So I'm going to go with the guy that we would have preferred in the first place. I think I'm probably actually just going to end up sticking with our guns here and saying Jackson Smith-Njigba. It's not a situation that I'm super confident, but I think we can do it. Miguel says, full BBR, start JSN or Puka. We're going to go Puka over JSN. And then our next question coming out from, I believe, the Mad Cappers says, full BBR super flex. Happy BR. Need an RB, Ford or Ramondre. We're going to go Ramondre. And the 2 receivers between Puka, Gabe, Olave, Keenan, Adams. We're going to go with Adams and Keenan. And then for the super flex, Daniel Jones, O'Connell, or another receiver, we're going to go Daniel Jones. Half point per carry format. Daniel Jones does give you the rushing upside, even if obviously this Giants offense is horrendous. Hopefully he runs the ball as much, even coming back from the injury. G-Ray says, Mingo or DeMario. I like the Mingo game script. I understand liking the Mingo game script, but the issue is, it looks like you'll have Chark good to go. So you have Chark good to go. I think we probably want to go ahead and just say, let's play Douglas. Boogie says, should we start Puka or Chuba? I think I'm actually going to go Chuba this week. I mean, he's in a 3-down workload, right? He has the 3-down workload. He is someone that frustrating as it sounds, I mean, is just the full-blown starter over Miles Sanders, where you don't have to worry about Sanders at this point. Then Will says, Superflex PPR, where we're going to go with the quarterback. Go Tyson. I don't care. I understand it's going to be a horrendous spot. I understand that they are going to get boat raced by the New Orleans Saints. We're not playing Logan Thomas in our Superflex spot. I'm sorry. Andrew says, 4-4, 10-team full BBR. We have Carr, Kyler, Goff, Eckler, Ramadre, Etienne, Kyron, Henderson, Keenan, Chase, Puka, Hollywood, Downs, Logan Thomas, any moves, and start Puka versus Downs and Henderson versus Ramadre. I'm going to go Ramadre over Henderson, and I'm going to go Puka over Downs. And in terms of any moves that we can make, I'd say probably not many, right? I mean, really the only thing that we're going to look to do is after this week, I do like picking up Carr to fill in for the Goff bye and the Kyler injury. After this week, cut Carr, go pick up another running back or wide receiver off waivers that you like. I would honestly be fine picking up another tight end if we didn't want to just consistently rely on Logan Thomas rest of season. I think that could be a direction we go in as well. But yeah, honestly, I don't necessarily think that any trades here make a lot of sense. Have to wait until we get those running backs back in healthy again, though. Caleb says we have Allen and Kincaid. I need a receiver. We're going to go Downs, Amari, or Gabe Davis. We're going to go Amari Cooper. Really good spot with having Deshaun Watson fully healthy. And a really great matchup going up against the Arizona Cardinals here, my friend. But Keop says McBride or Ferguson. And then the Patriots or Philly defense. I'm going to go Ferguson over McBride now that we see how bad this offense is going to be with Clayton Tune. And then Patriots or Phillies defense, I'm going to go with the Patriots defense and a much better matchup. Much better matchup for him. Okay. Okay. Let's smooth this over. Will says Shaheed, Douglas, Reed, or Thomas. I will go Douglas there. Typically, I am saying let's avoid Douglas, but my thing with Shaheed is she had 3 targets last week. I know he did great. I know he has the week-to-week ceiling based off him being the deep threat in the offense, and I have him in a considerable amount of underdog best ball drafts, and I hope he continues to do well. But in reality, it is very difficult to go out there and say he's for sure locked in. But dear God, Raheem Mostert, long 15-yard run. There's a chance that the Dolphins actually score here to tie up the game. Obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, it's hard to know for sure, but it's looking somewhat interesting. There's much more than what you could have said at the beginning of this game. Okay. Mostert actually scoring at some fantasy points for the first time in a long time here. Dude. Let's go ahead and let me see. Mostert, 85 rushing yards, rushing touchdown. Got 14.5 points off his rushing. Did drop the target, so you are sitting at 0 points receiving. But still, you're getting 14.5 points for Mostert. I mean, Waddle's giving you something. You have about 7.5 points from Waddle, so it could be worse. Could be a lot worse. Let's move this over. Caleb says, sorry, I meant 2 receivers between Downs, Amari, and Davis. Okay. There, if you wanted, say if you were a big favorite and you wanted to diversify a little bit when you had all that exposure to the Bills offense, I'd be okay if you really wanted to go through and if you wanted to bench Gabe Davis and go with Downs and Amari. But I'd say at this point with the Downs injury, probably just want to go ahead and take the combination of Amari and Gabe Davis. Where you don't need to really roll the dice with Downs if we have those great receivers. Now Isaiah says start Zay, JSN, or Metcalf in the flex. I think we're going to go DK Metcalf. Super tough matchup, but he did have 14 targets last week. So if you had 14 targets last week and you're DK Metcalf, I probably want to go through and start you, even if we've been saying to sell high on Metcalf for a while now. Now, Bid Moon says, favorite underdog plays this week. So here are the plays that I took on underdog earlier in the day. So there's actually a really cool spread that you can make on underdog currently. And that's going to be with Tank Dell. They have Tank Dell at more than less than 45.5 receiving yards. So you can go through and take the more than 45.5 receiving yards with one of your pick'ems with Tank Dell. But his total yardage, you have at 54.5. So I like taking the fewer than 54.5. So what I actually did with this is here two pick'ems. Ooh, I accidentally, here, let me fix this real quick. I am an idiot. Give me 1 second. So looks like Chiefs win the game, ladies and gentlemen. Chiefs win the game. So here's what I'm looking to do. So if you can take that spread between these, like going and saying, okay, Tank Dell's going to have more than 45.5 receiving yards, more than 41.5 for Christian Watson, and then fewer than 62.5 for Terry McLaurin. We're going to go $10 there to win 60. And you'll see that with the other pick'em that we did on Underdog already. Our other pick'em, we went the same, more than 42.5. Well, we went more than 42.5 with Christian Watson, more than 212.5 passing yards with Jordan Love. But then we took the lower than 54.5 total yards for Tank Dell. So we were kind of playing that spread where we could potentially be a winner if on both pick'ems, if Tank Dell falls in between that mark. And the only way that we lose with that spread is if Tank Dell has 10 or more rushing yards and then exactly 40 receiving yards, right? So I do like it. But, and of course, if y'all want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Lamar Jackson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you take advantage of that while you can. And one other thing that we were saying is, please, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. Looks like about 10% of y'all have already done it. But we have live stream now for 4.5 hours for 191 days in a row. So if you're not going to hit the like button on Sunday morning, by far and away the most important morning for us, when are you ever going to do it? Now, Petonius Chris says 7-1, 12-team half PPR double flex. We have Hurts, Pacheco, Swift. One second. Sorry, my friend. Chase, Brown, Addison, Hawkinson, Amari. And then on the bench, we have Laporta, Hunt, Jeb Wilson, Latavius, Michael Thomas, Romeo Dobbs, Jordan Love, Zay in the IR slot. Any moves for the playoffs? Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my friend. Great team, I would say. I mean, if we're sitting up here with Pacheco and Swift at the very top end at RB, honestly, I guess we can hold on to that RB depth with like Kareem Hunt. I think Latavius Murray is most likely a cuttable piece now that you have Leonard Fournette being brought in, and now that you have a viable third option here at that RB position. So I personally would probably go ahead and see if we could just I don't know. I think cut Latavius Murray. And then also in a double flex league where the wide receiver depth matters a little bit more, and we add TJ Hawkinson and Sam Laporta on the same build, I'd be completely fine if you wanted to go out there, if you wanted to take one of these tight ends and send them in a package with someone else down there at the bottom end of the bench like Kareem Hunt, and go get a viable wide receiver or running back that'd be very excited about for the flex spot. I think could be also something we look to do, my friend. But Mindaloo says, nervous for Montgomery rest of season. Should we trade or hold? It's a 12-team app PBR format. Been very simple with David Montgomery all year. If David Montgomery is in a non-BBR format, he's a buy. If you have David Montgomery in a full BBR format, he's a sell. If you have David Montgomery in a half BBR league, he is a hold. So I think you are just going to hold on to Montgomery here, my friend. Now, Dan says, half BBR, need a flex and a receiver. We have Puka, Godwin, Aaron Jones. Thanks so much. Thank you, my friend. For flex, we're going to go Aaron Jones easily with what this coaching staff's telling us with the Jones usage this week. And then for a wide receiver, I think we're going to go Godwin relatively easily as well whenever we have no Stafford, and Puka is also banged up himself. Gabriel, happy to see us, says we have Higgins, Pittman, Aaron Jones. Who's going in the flex? Honestly, I think all these guys would be viable flex options. I think that if it's a full BBR format, we'd probably go Pittman, though, with Josh Downs banged up, even though I would really like to go play Aaron Jones if we could. Now, Robo says Downs, Hollywood, or Douglas at the flex. I think if we knew Downs was for sure playing, I'm going to go Downs. If you are not confident that you will have Downs, I'd be fine if you wanted to pivot over to Hollywood Brown. My issue with Hollywood is I would just rather not start anybody here in this game if we could avoid it. If we could avoid everybody in this game, I think I would. Western Conference says, yo, Watson or Howell in a happy BR 12-team standard league. Thank you. Thank you. I will go to Deshaun Watson. Very good matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. I wouldn't follow you at all if you wanted to say, well, Mason, maybe I'll go Watson in the long term, but let me at least see him healthy first. Let me see him on the field. You could do that if you would want. My thing is, I'm just assuming that he's going to be good to go, because right now you have the Cleveland Browns as 13-point favorites with an implied team total of almost 26 points, only behind the Bengals, Chiefs, and Saints this week. So Vegas sportsbooks are pricing in that he is going to be a quarterback that we can start with confidence. At least that's how I'm reading it. That's how I'm reading it. Okay. Let's move this over. Jesse says, Shaheed, Singletary, Aaron Jones, pick 2, full PPR. We're going to go with a Singletary. I'm not in love with Singletary this week, to be honest with you. I mean, I do think that he'll split the backfield with Mike Boone. It is a good offense, though, and he should have the majority of the work. So I think you can go Singletary if you would like. In the between Jones, Shaheed, I'm still going to go Jones. Like, it's not close. Just don't start Shaheed. I know Shaheed gave you the big pop last week, but I just have no interest in it whatsoever. No interest. Sunny says, starter sit Puka. We have Michael Thomas that are projected over. I would rather have Puka over Michael Thomas. I don't care if your ESPN app says Michael Thomas is going to be better. I'm going to be the idiot. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Puka instead. Claw Fantasy. I saw your community post, my friend, and excited to see what fantasy content you end up putting out. But I will say, you got to create a new YouTube channel. Yeah, you can't jump from a finance channel to a fantasy channel. It's not going to work. It would be easier to start from zero than start with that channel. So delete that channel, and then you're going to start a new one. If you're planning on uploading videos and you want the videos to get views, maybe it'll take a little bit longer, but it'll be much better in the long run. I promise you. Now, C. Mello says, flex Kincaid down Singletary. I mean, out of these guys, rest of season, give me Kincaid, and it's not even close. Then Kincaid's going to crush. Obviously, the value over replacement that you're going to get from the tight end position is really going to be there. But at the same time, I mean, if we're talking about putting him in a flex spot, y'all know typically I'm just never starting tight ends in the flex. I do think that's somewhat close. I think you can go ahead and take Devin Singletary. I'm not super excited about it, as we were mentioning, but it is what it is. Now, Popular Pig says, start Garrett Wilson over Puka in an 8-team league. Yes, both offenses are going to be horrendous, but if I had to go through and bet on a receiver in a bad offense, I'm going to go with the wide receiver I believe to be the better talent. I think that is Garrett Wilson. And at the same time, Garrett Wilson naturally has less target competition as well, where you are going to have to deal with, obviously, I mean, Cooper Kupp in the case of Puka. Also, you do have Puka banged up himself just a bit this week. So I think it's probably an easy spot to just go Garrett Wilson. Now, TBG says pick 2, Addison, Ramondre, Moss, and Darrell Henderson. I'm going to go ahead and take Jordan Addison and Ramondre Stevenson. Henderson, very bad matchup. I'm sorry, very bad offense now that we have no Matthew Stafford. And then in the case of Zach Moss, I know it's a very good matchup that he has going up against Carolina, but still, I would just say you're most likely going to have Jonathan Taylor continue to expand his role here. I'm not too excited to run out there and play Zach Moss. Now, just in time coming out saying Higgins, Godwin, Addison, pick 2. We're already starting Evans. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we're going to be playing the combo of Chris Godwin and non-PPR league. We go T. Higgins for the touchdown upside. Full BBR format, if you wanted to go Addison over Higgins, I'm not going to fault you for that, just given the fact that Addison will be a little bit safer with this projected target share. So yeah, play Godwin regardless. Non-PPR, I think you go Higgins for the environment that he'll be in. Full BBR league, and go Addison with the higher floor and targets. But honestly, those two guys are very close. Now, Aaron says McBride or Pitts. We're going to go Pitts relatively easily. McBride has a brutal matchup going up against the Cleveland Browns. And now that you have Clayton Tune starting, literally went nothing to do with this Arizona Cardinals offense. Pitts, you also have no Drake London. And then Dallas or Indy. I think we're going to go with the Indy defense this week, just because Dallas obviously going up against Philly. And then Myers, Downs. It's nice that Myers plays later in the day, so we know if Downs will be good to go or not. And if Downs is good to go, I think we'll play him over Myers, but it is close. Now, Petonius Chris says, sending this to one to show appreciation for what you do. Thank you, my friend. There's no way you're not mumbling all these names at night in your sleep. I'm not joking, and I know that this shouldn't go to a surprise for anybody. This is all I've done. This is all that's occupied my mind for God knows how long now, but I dream fantasy football dreams. Appreciate the 24/7 grind and just wanted to say thanks. Thank you so much, my friend, and Yes, I will be dreaming fantasy football dreams tonight. That's almost a guarantee. It's almost a guarantee. Now, Colty the Cow says PBR for the flex, Ramondre Dotson or Douglas. I will go with Ramondre. Not a Ramondre fan, but ultimately they are 3.5-point favorites over Washington. They should be able to run the ball with somewhat success, and he will have some usage as a receiver. Now, Phoenix says 12-team full PBR down bad at running back this week. We need two between Singletary, Henderson, Roshan, and Keontae. We're going to go Singletary and Henderson. I don't think we can play Keontae Ingram. I think Keontae Ingram will be in a worse offense than Darrell Henderson. Keontae Ingram's a bad running back as well. And at the same time, as we were saying, this is just going to be the worst offense in the NFL this week, right? Brutal matchup going up against Cleveland. Now, Gabriel says Puka or Flowers. Happy to see you, my friend. If we had Stafford good to go, I think we could say Puka. But now that you have no Matthew Stafford, I think we have to play Zay Flowers over Puka. We have to go with Flowers over Puka. Now, Roxas says start two, Madison, Chuba, Singletary, and Keontae Ingram. We're going to go with Chuba Hubbard and Devin Singletary. Chuba Hubbard, I have a lot of confidence in. Singletary, not as much. I mean, Singletary going to be a running back that, one, maybe a little bit worse, and two, doesn't have the guaranteed role, but it is what it is. I think we can start both. Now, Rand says, have PBR Amari or Gabe Davis. We're going to go Amari relatively easily. I like the matchup going up against Arizona. And you have Deshaun Watson. Good to go. Amari Cooper, obviously a great receiver as well. Corey says, Raiders or Packers defense. I think we're going to go with the Packers defense. If you look at the implied team total that you have right now for the Rams, you actually have the Rams, I believe, is projected out to be the fourth worst offense in the NFL this week. AJ says, Amon-Ra for Evans and Rashad White. We have Olave, Ridley, and we need a running back. I like the idea. I'd say no. However, I mean, with Amon-Ra St. Brown, he just projects to be a super solid wide receiver one rest of season, you know. The last thing I'm wanting to do is go through and sell one of the best players on our team so we can bring in a player like Rashad White and downgrade a receiver. I think we need a little more value out of that. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, we are about to hit 1,300 likes on this stream. Please go down there, hit that like button. We've been live for almost 5 hours now, and we have live streamed every single day for under 91 days in a row. So if you are ever going to hit that like button for us, please do it on a Sunday morning when it's so important. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. My favorite pick'ems on Underdog right now are going to be for Christian Watson to go with more than 42.5 receiving yards. I also like Terry McLaurin for fewer than 63.5 total yards. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you'll be able to pair that up with the Lamar Jackson special bet, more than less than half a total yard. I'll be going more than there. And you also code FLOCK going to get you our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a 100% deposit match. So make sure you take advantage. Now, Ryan says, Bijan, Kincaid, Quentin Johnston for Andrews, Gibbs, Gabe Davis, Spears. Who wins the deal? Give me Bijan over Andrews. Give me Gibbs over Kincaid. Gabe Davis over Johnston. Spears not going to move the deal too much. I think it's a very fair deal, and it is going to be up to you. I mean, personally, I am a Texas Longhorn, so hook 'em horns. I'm going to say, let's go with our guy, Bijan Robinson. But I don't know. It is much easier said than done, though. Now, Andres says start Howell or Watson. I will go Deshaun Watson over Sam Howell. I mean, right now, Vegas sportsbooks have the Browns as the fourth best offense in the NFL this week with their implied team total. Okay. Now, Callie Jack says Etienne Amon-Ra Hurts for Tyreek Eckler Herbert, full PPR. Give me Tyreek over Amon-Ra. Give me Eckler over Etienne. Hurts versus Herbert. Give me Hurts. I probably go with the best player in the deal. I'd probably go Tyreek Hill here. The issue is, if this trade doesn't get done until after this week, then the Etienne and Amon-Ra side already have both those players through bye, right? Where you would still have to deal with the Tyreek Hill bye. So maybe you can use that as a tie break. Now, Pew Pew says Puka or Christian Watson. Full transparent answer, I have no idea. I'd probably say Puka if it's a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, it'd be a little bit tougher because obviously this offense is going to be so bad, they probably don't have a lot of touchdown upside. Hooligan says Dell, Wilson, Adams, Puka. We got to start two. We're going to go Wilson and Adams, my friend. Des says start Adams or Swift. We're going to go Swift over Adams. Tony says Singletary or White in the RB slot. We will go with Rachaad White. White's going to get every single touch, whereas Singletary will be splitting with Mike Boone. Anthony says pick one to start, Henderson, Freeman, or Singletary. Oh my gosh. I think it's your call between Singletary and Henderson. Don't start Royce. Can everybody spam the chat right now? Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Singletary or Henderson? I feel like I can go back and forth on these guys all day. Just please spam the chat. Let us know what direction are you going in. Just going to keep it simple. Henderson, Singletary. Henderson. It looks like everybody's going Darrell Henderson over Singletary. Everybody's going Henderson over Singletary, my friend. Now, Caleb says Tank Dell, Hollywood, or Henderson in the flex. Full BBR format, I probably go Tank Dell. Non-BBR league, probably go Henderson. But you have no Robert Woods. Also, I mean, and you have no Damian Pearson. Maybe you have a little more usage for Tank Dell here. Kevin says, good luck, everyone. Queasy says, Rams game plan should be to run it all day. Yeah, the thing is, like, we can always say this, like, oh, team X, Y, and Z should just run the ball every single down. The thing with the NFL is you're going to be forced to throw it. You know, like, it's not like every team can try to be the Saquon Barkley New York Giants and just have 40 rushing attempts and 8 passing yards. You're simply not going to get it done. You are going to be put in a position where you have to drop back. So I don't know. My friend. Okay. Queasy says Puka's a great yak receiver. That's why I'm playing him regardless of QB. See, I just think that Puka, we have to be realistic. I mean, I think when you're asking like Puka versus Downs, Puka versus, say, Christian Watson, those are probably about the right questions. And then I think Puka goes from being that low-end wide receiver 1 to a high-end wide receiver 2 to instead being a, say, low-end wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 3. And you just have to change your expectations. A true Earthling says, I'm starting Evans over Puka this week. Oh, hell yeah. I would start Evans over Puka as well. I think that's, a very reasonable thing to do there. Okay, and Cookie says, Henderson, Brian Robinson, or Chuba Hubbard in a full PBR format. I'm personally going to go ahead. I'm going to take Chuba Hubbard. I think Hubbard's arguably in the best offense out of the 3. I think Hubbard has the highest percentage of his team's offense as well. Yeah, let's just go Chuba Hubbard. See. A Fawn says Brandon Cooks ? I don't know what you're asking about regarding Brandon Cooks. But should we start him? No. I would say that's not something I have any interest in whatsoever. Brandon Cooks had like 4 targets every single week. Like, no interest in Brandon Cooks here, my friend. And looks like we only have 2 minutes till kickoff. So it probably is about it in terms of getting in these decisions. So again, if you have not done so, make sure you're subscribed. We'll be posting a video recapping all the games after Sunday Night Football tonight. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, links in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and the Lamar Jackson special pick'em more than less than half a target yard as well. So make sure you take advantage of that. But I think that's all I got for you. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate you. Good luck to everybody. And I really hope that we get to see you out in the live stream, or I'm sorry, with the video after Sunday night tonight.